Ladies and gentlemen, just when you thought that the cricket season was over, boom, we bring you more to lavish and with the cricketing side of things. This broadcast being brought to you by Pitch Vision, ball by ball action. Everything you could want from a Sixers tournament, best stadium in the country, one of the largest, highest growing production teams around in Pitch Vision. And we will be bringing you this commentary, myself being Pendula Mangubane, for this first game. We kid you not, there's going to be a lot of cricket happening, but it's going to be happening so quickly, you will be mesmerized at how quickly it goes. Today on the Friday, we are having the Joburg Sixes, and it works quite differently from the normal game of cricket that you would know. Sixes in itself tells you that it's going to be six aside. The two teams have two extra reserves waiting in the dugout. 5 overs per innings for each side means that it's going to be a blitz from the get-go. Every single bowler will have begin here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. Coming to you live from the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium, we welcome you one more time here on Pitch Vision Sports. Coming to you live on YouTube channel, we bring you the Joburg Sixes for 2025. One of 3 events brought to you by the Sixes Festival. We've already had one in Cape Town. The first one happening in Cape Town, the second one now here in Joburg. Body Scent takes on the Global Jets. Body Scent winning the toss, choosing to bat first. Luke Gunter will be bowling towards us. It's an interesting format that we'll be watching here, different from the normal cricket that you're exposed to. The Sixes, 6 teams per side. And all teams will be playing 5 innings or 5 overs per innings. And in those 5 overs, they'll only be bowled from one side. And the Global Jets have chosen to bowl from the golf course end. And that's where all the bowlers will be bowling from. And each and every single one of the fielders, except the wicketkeeper, will be bowling 1 over each. Here's Luke Gunter. Goes a little bit straighter. There's a lot of space they can use to run here, Body Scent, and that's what they're using it well. It's so easy when the game begins. You think to yourself, let's just go on the barrage and let's attack. And it's the very first match of the day. You can see the pitch is pretty green. Normally hard here at the Wanderers Stadium as well. So being tentative and steady here. Unless if you give them a wide one, it's aerial though, and that will be wicket number 1 for Global Jets. Going on the charge, breaking the routine of going for 1s and 2s. It's Sean Ruff who goes roughly at one, takes the top edge, and it is caught down at the deep, and it's 3 for 1 after 3 deliveries. This is exactly the start Global Jets would have been wanting. Not the start that Bodysent would have been looking for, especially after winning the toss. And all of a sudden, that good, decent starts in those first 2 balls must be restarted with the new batter who will be coming in here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. They don't have many wickets to play with, only 4 more to go. But the really nice thing is that with the last wicket, you can still bat 1 player and they'll be running between the wickets for themselves, almost like last man standing. But no team will want to reach that time. They'll probably all want to reach all of their quota of 5 overs. But they're going to need to preserve their wickets here. Luke Gunter has already struck for Global Jets. It's 3 for 1. The new batter has come in. We'll get clarity on who the new batter is. But what is important here is that Bodysent need to restart. And it's a crunching hit over the top, but it doesn't have the distance. Batter needs to come back for run number 2. And maybe this is the way to go in this first over. Just suss everything out. Play those 1s, play those 2s. Get the fielders running a little bit. Get them moving. And then eventually, you're going to get your reward. So a good start here from Luke Gunter. They move to 5 for 1. Oh, wonderful comeback. Wild swing from the new batter. But there's a really cool thing that happens here with the Joburg Sixes. There are 6 segments around the field where if you hit the ball through those 6 segments, you don't just get 4 runs or 6 runs, you get 10 runs. And he's hit it over square. There's a man running backwards. Oh, unlucky. It was a great catch down in the deep, but he steps over the boundary line, unaware of where the perimeter of the field is, and he gives Bodysent 6 runs. It was a good hit from Ryan Christian. Very good hit. The running fielder did even better. If just a moment of awareness to realize where his boundary was, he would have saved 5 runs. Alas, not the case. A healthy hit from Ryan Christian sends the ball over. And it also completes over number 1. The score is 11 for 1. Like you said, there are 6 segments around the field displayed by flags. And if you hit the ball through these areas, you will be getting yourself 10 runs. Maybe with some of the big shots, our producers will be showing us those flags as the ball passes through. Then we'll be able to see those 10 runs that a team can score. But so far, so good from Jordan Bajanath. Just keeping Keelan Matza on his ground and on his toes. No. This batting is a little bit shoddy from Keelan Matza. Just looking to access this big, massive area behind square because there's only 4 fielders at the end of the day. And only one of those fielders is on the square, and they're standing at the cow corner. So everywhere from down from the cow corner to behind square, there is no fielder there. So it's excellent bowling from Bajanath. It's really good bowling because he's stopping Mehta from hitting the ball into those open spaces where he can get so many runs. And that's why he keeps on swinging to the leg side, because he wants the ball to go into that space. excellent here from Jordan. It's really, really good. And you can see why the game is just flowing so quickly. Each bowler is only allowed 10 paces to run in. Takes the edge. Unfortunate from Jordan. That deserved a maiden over. But fortuitous from Ryan Christian, they all count at the end of the day. That pushes the score up to 15 to end the over. This is the only run of the over. Very good stuff from Jordan Bajnath here. 15 for 1 after 2, and there are only 3 more overs remaining. How quickly it goes. So you saw a tactic here that worked pretty well from Jordan. The boundary is 60 meters from the pitch. And so on behind the back and behind the hips of Keelan Metza, the batter, there's absolutely no fielder. And they bowl to that area, but the extra bounce just aiding the ball to squeeze Keelan Metza from any space and room. It's a good start here from Rudy Potgieter. The Global Jets surely must be happy with their start. It's pretty chilly here in Joburg as well, so they'll want to heat themselves up. And it's a good thing the sun is peering out slowly and slowly. And it's peering and shining down on the bat of Ryan Christian here. Another fortune smiling upon him. 2 boundaries in a row being edged down to the third man boundary. And that grows the score to 20. And it's hard here to think as the captain to say, okay, third man, let's go a little bit finer. And that's exactly what he does. Smart adjustment. But now it opens up that area on backward point where Christian can strike. Another edge. But that is the perfect placement for the third man. That's why they moved Oosthuizen to be in that area, because that would have been another boundary for Ryan Christian and it would have been easy runs. So happiness here for Rudy Potgieter, is bowling really well. He's bowling excellently, but it's just adjudged to be a bit too wide that time from the umpire. And given the rules and the specialty of the Joburg Sixes, that will count as 2 runs to the score. So it's 2 runs for the wide and he must bowl the ball again. Tightens it up, and that's that space that opens up in backwards point. It's a good chase from Oosthuizen. It's a good dive, but not good enough. It flies over the ball. And it goes through the flags as well. And that will be 10 runs for Ryan Christian. Ooh, the decisions that the captain needs to make here. He sacrificed a fielder so that the third man can go a little bit finer, but that leaves space open for that gap in between the flags. And that is 10 runs. You saw with the umpire signaling with a cross over his head. And he crunches it square. Can the fielder come around from the cow corner? He does, because the ball also does not have the legs. I'm going to finish it with a single here. Productive work so far from Body Scent. Good recovery from the previous over. They've already accumulated a total of 15 runs in it so far. It's that big 10 that you see there. It's not a misprint. He hit the ball through the flags. But Rudy Potgieter ends the over really well. He goes for 17 runs. A couple of edges which were running down to the third man, forcing an adjustment from Global Jets. And the lack of protection on one of the 6 zones which give the batting team 10 runs. The ball seeps through. And so there are 2 more overs to go. Going at 10 runs to the over here, our Body Scent. An awesome recovery for those 17 runs in the previous over. It's all happening here as the first of 5 games that will be playing from now up until 5 p.m. So all the time in the world for you to come after work, to come if you're chilling at home and you're looking for something to do at the iconic DP World Stadium. You're going to see crunching shots like those, asking the fielder to come around. He does well. An easy retrieval. Seems to be the most flexible of the fielders, so he covers the most of room. It's only just that slight mistake earlier on in the first over where the ball was caught but ran over the boundary. It was good work, though. And he'll be bowling the final over as well, the man down at cow corner. Nantes Griffith bowling really well, and it's a clear strategy here from the Global Jets. Fire the ball away from the batter. That's why you're seeing that adjustment from Keelan Metza to just walk across the stumps and try to access this massive gap at deep square leg that no one can seem to hit. They're really struggling to get it to where they want it to go because the bowling is very pure from Griffin. That time only counting for a single. They come back for two rather with Keelan Metza on strike. 12 from 12 here is. He'll want to boost that. And maybe he does. And he definitely does. Cracking strike from the pad. Guilty as charged, Nantes Griffin, for bowling the ball too straight. And you can see the signal from the umpire. Cross over her head. The ball going over the designated accelerator zone. And it's 10 runs for that beautiful shot from Metza. That takes the score up. They're hovering up close to that half century. Very good work. Talk about wanting to boost the score. Griffin now just losing his mark after being ploughed over the square leg area. Bowls a wide delivery, and that counts for 2 runs. Has to bowl it again now. 2 balls remaining in the over. That's the stuff. That's the stuff. You can see Metza just wanting to carry on from where he left off. It's not allowed to, though, from the bowling of Griffin. And it's 1 more ball until the final over. Gives that a good whack. He asks the long on fielder to run hard. Ooh, it would have taken something special to grab that out of the air. The long on fielder runs across and he catches the ball on the shoulder of the pitch. The ball just bouncing in front of him upon his slide, and it ends the over for 2 more runs. It brings the 50 up for Body Scent as well. It's 49 for 1 after 4 overs. Little bit of conflict between the scores here, but we now watch the final over. Seems like a decent score here for Body Scent. They will rue that second over from the brilliant bowling of Jordan Bajanath, only giving away 4 runs from that over, which was an edge which flew down to the third man boundary. So it wasn't the fault of the bowler at all, rather all of his class. But here we are with the final over. Lesego Kokohlabana. Ooh, wicket keeper. Devilish. They scamper through for the single. It stopped. It's a bye. And that is how we reach the half century. Lesego Kokohlabana has been working hard on that cow corner region. Now he has the task with the ball. Zooting over. Very good stuff. Short delivery. Too short in the eyes of the umpire. That's 2 runs gifted. Has to bowl it again now. 3 runs already from the over. Seems like the template has been set by all of the other bowlers. Bowl it as wide as possible from the off stump. But he has the gas here, Kokohlaban. Wicketkeeper struggling to deal with it. Maybe if he takes a couple of steps back to give himself more time to react to the pace and bounce of Kokohlabana. As you can see, the pitch is pretty green. It's pretty moist as well. So the ball will just be zipping through ever so lovelily. So maybe the wicketkeeper can give himself a little bit of more room because it's good bowling here from Lesego. It's really good bowling, wicketkeeper. Alas, just not meeting the requirements. But at the end of the day, we're having the fun here. And Kokohlabana being too short as well, giving more runs. No, don't do that. Bowl is a little bit fuller. Get it wide. Use your field. Too short. Very good shot from Ryan Christian. So close for it to being 10 runs. The fans taking cover under the tents. Plowing shots over the deep mid wicket. Goes for 6. It's good batting here from Ryan Christian. He moves to 29 out of 10. Kokohlabana just dropping it just a little bit too loose with the ball coming on so nicely. Ryan Christian has been the one who's been swinging hard. He started with a couple of edges which went down to the third man boundary, but now he has his eye in with 2 balls to go. Definitely has his eye in with 2 balls to go. He gives that a good smash. It bounces before it breaches the boundary. 4 runs added to the score. Massacre in the final over. 15 runs in it so far. And how will it end? Last ball of the innings. Good bowling from Kokohlabana. Waiting for the signal from the umpire. It's true. Here we are with the last ball from Kokohlabana. It's misfielded from the wicketkeeper. But those 10 runs off the bat of Ryan Christian just adding to the extras which were given away. 2 byes and 5 runs from the wides. That ends the innings. 69 runs for Bodicent. And after winning the toss, they'll be happy with their score. What can they do in return? Stadium scoreboard is saying 69. Our scoreboard is saying 70. That will be reconciled and we'll give you the correct total when we begin. But this partnership from Keelan Mehta and Ryan Christian sent from wherever they wish that their cricket luck will be sent from. 65 runs, and they will need to bowl really well in retaliation, because even if it wasn't for that second over from Jordan Baijunath, who knows how much damage would have been caused. We'll come back in a jiffy to see what Global Jets would do in retaliation. They will need 71 runs from only 30 deliveries. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to Pitch Vision Sports here on YouTube. We bring you the Joburg Sixes for the year 2025. First game of 5 here today on day number 1 of the cricket, because tomorrow we will be having day number 2 of the cricket. However, do not be fooled. It will be the third day tomorrow of the festival because it started yesterday. Golf and pedal and cricket all coinciding together. And this brought to you by the Sixes Sports and Culture Festival that you can see at the top of your screen on this broadcast. Global Jets now are chasing a total of 70 runs. Can they bring it down in 5 overs? That is what we will be looking to see. 5 overs aside to play the game. Both teams choosing to use the golf course end for their bowling, and simple ground rules. Every team will be bowling, or each innings will be bowled from one end. Each bowler only has 10 paces to bowl, and it will be 5 over innings, so each bowler will be bowling once. On top of that, there are 6 accelerator zones beyond the boundary throughout the field. 2 at very square long on and long off, 1 at deep cover, 1 at deep square leg, 1 at fine leg, and 1 at third man. So those 6 accelerator zones give you 10 runs. And so we start square, with the ball being pulled away. They're going to think about running 2, but they're only going to keep it to 1. We saw in the first innings of Body Scent after they won the toss, the first 2 deliveries, one was 1, the second one was a 2, and the third one, they went for a big heave and lost their only wicket for the innings. So here, how will Global Jets start their chase? No spin bowler from Global Jets. All we saw was just pace, pace, pace. And some good bowling here and there, which was also countered by some decent batting from Keelan Mehta and Ryan Christian. And here we have spin coming our way. Turning the ball in. Ball has been whipped away from the pads. Lack of fielders. You can only use 4. There's no one behind at the deep, fine leg. And the ball will roll over for the first boundary of the game. 4 runs. 5 runs in. And that's good. Now they capitalize, because they're going to be needing to score at around 12 runs to the over to bring themselves close to that target. Oh, got him! Good stuff here. Reaches the baton pads and crunches into the stumps. Another first over. Another first wicket, just like it was in the first innings, but this wicket even better from Sean Ruff. Crashes into the stumps. Nantis Griffin loses his wicket. It's 5 for the loss of 1. It was excellent stuff. 5 runs, coming back, going straight to the wickets. And that's what you want to start your innings. They were 3 for 1, Body Scent. At the very same time. Here we have Global Jets. Just 2 runs more, but losing the guy who hit them for a boundary. We see the third batter coming in. Remember, though, that it's almost last man standing if wickets continuously fall for Global Jets. So they still have 4 wickets to play with, because the last man can still bat by themselves. But like we said in the first innings, they don't want it to get to that position. But Sean Ruff will want to accelerate that and make sure that they get closer. Rudy Potgieter, the new batter coming in for the Global Jets. That's Jordan Bajnath, rather. But he's gone. First ball. Jordan Bajnath had a great over that he bowled, and he gets a taste of his own medicine. First ball, he can't get off the mark. I hope it's not because we called him Rudy Potgieter, but because of Shaun Ruff's fantastic bowling. He actually moves across the stumps right at the point of the ball pitching, and is not in line with the ball in order to play it where he wants to, and gives the line of the leg stump to Shaun Ruff, who crunches it. He's got 2 in 2. Look at that in the Joburg Sixes. We have ourselves a hat-trick. Super stuff here from Shaun Ruff. But that front foot from Jordan Bajnath, just moving him away from the line of the ball, you would have rated him going to the leg side and blocking the path of the ball, rather, because it had already pitched outside the leg stump, so it was not going to give him LBW most likely. However, that has been done. Shaun Ruff is roughing it up just like he did with the bat. So now, can he get his hat-trick ball? Here he comes. A little bit too short to target the stumps, and it's easily plucked away into the open area at the 45. They're going to just go for 1 damage from Shaun Ruff. Super stuff. Very well bowled from him. It ends the over. 6 runs on the board. A tough one now that they've only lost 2 wickets. They have 4 to play around with, because it's last man standing. But we saw a couple of 10s being scored by the body sent team, hitting the ball through the accelerator zones. Remember, 6 of them around the field. On the leg side, you have it at fine leg, square leg, and you have them at the square long on. Very, very square long on. The ball is being hit towards those areas but lacking any power. You just saw the flags behind the fielder as well as going to retrieve the ball. And those are those accelerator zones that will give you 10 runs if you hit the ball through them. So whether it's 4 or a 6, to get those 10 runs, you must hit a boundary. But he's making it hard here. Alas, bowling it a little bit too wide, giving Pete Smith some time to see the ball as well. That's the other problem with giving extras. You give the batter more time to adjust. A little pause coming from the bowler, but it doesn't pause the continuation of the wides that are being given away. Another 2 runs. That's what the boundaries cost. 2 runs per wide delivery, and it must be bowled again. Neatly punched back from Pete Smith, rather. They're going to come back for run number 2. Has to make it home here. And it does so. Steady going. Just a couple of wides from Roy Rudman, which you'll want to clean up. A little bit too square, a little bit too short. Not enough power from Rudy Potgieter. Square leg is going to come around to retrieve that. And it's a clear difference in the tactics being employed by Body Scent compared to the Global Jets. The Global Jets did not have that man standing at square leg. Rather, they had a 3-1 field. Here we have a 2-2 field. And with that 2-2 field, it just closes the gap where Body Scent were getting some level of success at the back end of the innings. And then you saw them bowling the ball basically on 5th, 6th stump line to ensure that the batters can't hit the ball into the vacant square leg. And now getting pressurized, he's out of his mark. It's good bowling from Roy Rudman. The 2s were not enough to come back and try to expunge that 54-run deficit, and he runs down the track. forgets to run back home in time. Good awareness from the wicketkeeper, and he's been stumped. Swinging for the heavens. Superb reactions from the wicketkeeper. Take that. Good excitement. Worthy wicket. And it's 16 for 3 here. Not good at all. And look, the difference between the two teams was not that much either. At the same time, the score was 13 for 1 for Body Scent. It was 13 for 1. This was on the over of Jordan Bajanath. The problem is here, even though they are 2 runs ahead, the problem is that they are losing wickets. They are losing wickets in a flurry. Brings in Lesejo Kokoshabana, who's going to come in at number 5. They have 2 wickets to play with until it's last man standing. They're going to need some boundaries. Boy, oh boy, they're going to need those 10s. Because you're going to hit a 10. If you hit the ball through the accelerator zones, you first have to clear the boundary through the accelerator zones, and then you're going to get those runs. So, big task here for the Lesejo Kokoshabana and Rudy Potgieter. What can they bring into the table? Roy Rootman has gone for 10. Can he close it off with a bang? Bowls it a bit too short. A good crunching sound off the bat of Kokoshabana, but it's straight to the man standing at deep square leg. It ends over number 2. A very good one for the Body Scent bowling team because they were able to get a wicket. A couple of wides here and there, but no boundaries. Keeps the score at 17 for 3. Scores are exactly identical at this time, but 2 wickets are the difference. From here till the end of their innings, they will want to not lose another one. Global Jets. Sixes cricket. It's going to end in 3 overs. It's not because the game is affected of rain. It's not because of any special conditions. It's the format of the cricket that we are watching here today. 5 overs aside. With the ability to hit 10 runs if you hit the ball through the 6 accelerator zones. Here's over number 3. Popped up into the air. Good bounce. The batter did not know what to do. He did not know where the ball went, but the bowler went under the ball because he did. And that is wicket number 4 for Body Scent. They are leaving their scent all over the bodies of Global Jets here. And Global Jets are not having a good time. Losing their 4th wicket for 17 runs through excellent bowling. Was too early through the shots. Lesejo Kokoshabana. Ball getting extra bounce because of the juiciness and the freshness of the wickets. Keelan Metza strikes with his first ball, and now the Global Jets have 2 wickets remaining. Jeez, they need 19 runs per over. My goodness. With the way things are going, like that wicket just being popped up ever so gently for Keelan Metza, they're going to need some sort of great intervention. Global inspiration. They'll need to fly this ball all around this globe that we find here at the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium because they are not taking off right now. 17 for 4 with 2 wickets to go. Here's Keelan Metza. Great delivery. Just rushed to the stumps. You see the ball just trailing back into the right-hander as well. That's what also did Kokoshabana in the previous delivery, moving in the air and off the pitch. Just needing some smartish batting from Luke Kanta. On top of the smart batting, it needs to have a little bit of an accelerator pressed down towards it. A clutch innings to shift the gears up to 6th. An edge will help. A misfield would, but it doesn't because the ball was so slow towards the fielder. They just get 1 run. And they need 51 to win. Goodness me. That is a long chase. Bounces down the track though. Ball is up into the air. And it clears the boundary. What a nonchalant stroke from Lukanta. Nothing but timing to take the ball on the up and over the boundary for 6 runs. What a clean strike from Lukanta. And a good comeback from Keelan Mehta, pushing the ball a little bit wider, missing it completely this time, and it ends the over. Maybe they needed something a little bit like that to give them hope. Hope is what you need to just spark the lights and make sure that you can still keep on fighting. There's 2 overs to go. 45 runs to win. But remember, they can get those 45 runs in 1 over. We have 6 accelerator zones, and we'll keep reminding you of these. Body Center were able to hit the accelerator zone twice in their innings to get themselves 20 runs. We haven't seen anyone from Global Jets. They are all well guarded. This time it's cut. It's asking the man standing at the very square long off to cover it, but he can't. The ball pierces the deep extra cover boundary for 4. They're going to need many, many, many more of those. Was a clean strike from Rudy Potgieter. A little bit wide from the bowler. This time it's hit back straight. No one is going to stop that. Make it 2 into the over. They need 4 more of those. And maybe one that will gracefully go through the accelerator zones. 8 runs in the over. Josh Carstens is being cast all over the ground here from the bat of Rudy Potgieter. And he'll need to tidy it up. Goes down in one knee. Can he clear the boundary? Yes, he does. How neat is that stroke play from Rudy Potgieter? Who needs the accelerator zones? Well, they still do, but he's making it work right now, Rudy Potgieter. Already 14 runs from the first 3 balls. He's dancing down the track, but you see what he did. They're just going down under and over the boundary. Massive hit. You've just missed a tidy single, not even a miss hit from him. He's already taken the over for 15. Crunching sound. It's a good sound. It's a very good sound, and it's good power. Over the boundary it goes. Another biggie. 2 big ones in the over. 2 small ones and a single. It's damaging for the Body Scent team. This is exactly what Global Jets needs. Another one is being taken down, and this time it trickles over the boundary for 4 runs. Massacre. Oh, the boundaries are shorter than what I expected. It goes over the top. It's 6 runs. They make it to 50. What an explosion. What an explosion. It takes the team ever so close now. 27 runs from the over. And they still haven't hit the accelerator zones. They need 20 runs to win the game. 1 over to go. The previous over went for 27. They just need 7 less than that, and they will make an improbable comeback. But what am I saying improbable? It's a 5-over game. Anything can happen. Can they bring it back? What a change in events. The Global Jets team are now hovering around the boundary. They can't sit down. Their butts are itching. The start is off. Too wide from the bowler. He also has some jitters. 2 runs. A little bit wide as well. Maybe if he let those go and take another 2 runs into the score, but the running is off. Has to throw in a dive, and he does so very well. Rudy Potgieter, don't lose your wicket now. Oh, he does lose his... No, he doesn't lose his wicket now. I saw the umpire signaling. I'm like, oh, why would he lose his wicket then? The adrenaline is pumping now. The crowd is starting to build up here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. The music is starting to play in the background as well, but the Global Jets are ready to jet into the ground should they make this comeback. Still 6 balls to go. Another wide delivery. He's being naughty here. It's being naughty, Gareth Taylor. We see the ploy of trying to get the ball as wide and as far away from that dangerous bat as possible, but you still have to keep it within playing distance. The batter deciding to make the distance himself and walks across. Can he make it home? A good running display. They come back with 2 runs. Saucy. 55. But the problem is now they need boundaries. They need boundaries with these couple of deliveries left because they are running out of time and they are running out of runs. Something like that, but not breaching the fielder. Bringing it back well, Gareth Taylor. 2 balls to go. They need 16 runs. They need an accelerator zone. They need to find an accelerator zone. The only 2 that are not guarded is one that is at deep cover and one that is at fine leg. They need something. Hits it straight over. It's going to fly over the fielder. That's going to be 6 runs. And he keeps it alive for the final ball here, Lukanta. 10 runs to win with 1 ball to go. And it's still possible. Only 6 areas that you can hit. 3 on the leg side. Long on, square leg, fine leg. 6 accelerator zones. 3 of them on the off side. Long off. Where's it going to go for the final ball? He cuts it. But it's not going to find the accelerator zone. It's going to be 4 runs. It's going to be 4 runs for the Global Jets. And if we're looking at the scoreboard in the ground, they've actually covered the distance. There's a disparity between the scoreboard on the screen and the scoreboard on the score on the ground. The score on the ground says 70 runs. It means that the Global Jets were actually able to cover the score. Can you believe it? No wonder they got to celebrate. No wonder they were overjoyed with that. Oh, we apologize for the disparity between what we're seeing on the screen and what's happening in the actual stadium. 70 runs covered by Global Jets. Gunther and Griffin puts on a 53-run partnership to take it over the top. The first game was done here on the Joburg Sixes, and there are still 4 more games to go. An improbable comeback from the Global Jets, where they found themselves needing more than 50 runs with 2 overs to go, but a 27-run over previously and a 20-run over with 5 balls seals the deal for them. That's game number 1 done here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. But where are you running off to? There's still so much more cricket to go. Do not go away. We will be coming back with game number 2 very, very shortly. And when we say shortly, we mean in less than 5 minutes. We will be seeing the Santon Swingers playing Electric Avenue. Are they going to swing around the sparks that the Electric Avenue are going to be in, or are the Electric Avenue going to set the path and the Swingers swing out of the course of victory? What's going to happen? 12 o'clock is the start of game number 2. Welcome to the Joburg Sixes 2025. We've seen game number one come to a start and come to an end. Global Jets taking on Body Scent, choosing to bat first and setting 69 runs on their score. In return, Global Jets, after 3 overs, seemed to be out of it on 23 runs. But then, miraculous comeback and scoring the required runs in order for them to bring the tally back and score the 70 that was needed for them to win. Global Jets, therefore, winning the game first. Now we move to game number two. Santon Swingers. They are playing Electric Avenue. Ooh. What's going to happen in game number two? 5 overs aside. This time, all the overs bowled from the call it drive end. The rules stipulate that all 5 overs of each innings will be bowled from the side that the bowling team chooses. And so they've chosen to use the call it drive end. And first game, both sides using the golf course end. So how will this side of the pitch play? The previous game had very good bounce. It had good juice. Ball was coming to the batters rather quickly, and so decent pace. Saw the ball being crunched off the bat if there was any sort of pace behind it in the batter's arc. So how will they choose to play this one? Team employing a 2-2 field as well. 2 fielders on the offside, one at deep extra cover, one at long on. Then on the leg side, we have the deep square leg and the deep mid wicket, basically standing in between mid wickets and long on. And as we get ready for the game to start, let's run through some of the differences between what we'll be watching here and the normal game of cricket that you watch at 11 aside. So there are 6 teams in the tournament and 6 players per team permitted to play a game. 5 overs per innings, meaning that each fielder will be bowling as well, excluding the wicketkeeper, and each player will bowl 1 over only. A wide and a no ball will count for 2 runs, and the bowler must bowl the ball again. But what makes this really interesting is the accelerator zones. There are 6 accelerator zones demarcated across the field. On the offside, there are 3. On the leg side, there are 3. On the offside, you have an accelerator zone at fine leg, 1 at deep square leg, and 1 at that square-ish long on. And each of these are demarcated by flags of 10 meters apart. So each accelerator zone is 10 meters in width. Good space for the batters to try and hit the ball in between. So those are the 3 that you'll find on the leg side. And there are also 3 on the offside. Gonna find 1 at the third man, 1 at the deep cover, and 1 at the deep extra cover, where you would find in between a cover fielder and your long off. So those are 6 accelerator zones across the field, and if the ball passes the accelerator zone, whether it's a 6 or a 4, the team will be given 10 runs. And 10 runs will be signaled by the umpire, showing a cross over their head with their forearms. So a little bit of differences from what we'll be watching. But as we get ready for the game to start, you can press a little bit of rewind and rewatch some of the action that happened when Global Jets were able to recover in that victory versus Body Scent. Right, after a long pause, we start the game. Santon Swingers playing Electric Avenue. We still don't know the reason for the delay. We're gonna get that communicated. But what matters now is that the game has officially begun. One run is already on the board. A wide delivery, remember, only counts for two. So 3 runs on the board. Ball must be bowled again. It's a big hit. It's just going to be cut down. They're going to keep it to 1 as we start game number 2. Seems like we found the source of the confusion. Team wasn't the correct team that was going to be playing Santon Swingers. Everyone thought it was going to be Electric Avenue. The score team had Electric Avenue, and so did we here. Turns out it's deal done. Team that's actually playing, not that the deal has been done. Team playing is deal done. They're playing Santon Swingers. So the pause was just the scorers recalibrating the scoreboard and making sure that the right details are in place. As you can see now, after 1 over, deal done. Have scored 7 runs, 5 off the bat and 1 wide, which counted for 2. Deal done won the toss and they chose to bat first. And Keegan Jordan, he's there batting with Siaradebe. Choosing to come from the caller drive end. Ball is being bowled a little bit wide, and we told you the field placement for Santon Swingers. 6 aside, they only have 4 fielders to work with, and the 2 fielders on the offside, there was 1 at deep extra cover and 1 at long off, so no one from deep extra cover going behind square on the offside. Then when you go to the leg side, the ball has been split. It cracks it between the field at long off and the field at deep square leg. And it gets it to go for 4, Keegan Jordan. That was a really good stroke. Powerful strike for it to go for 4. And a retaliation from Matthew Fletcher. Sees him decrease all the pace on the ball, but it matters not from Keegan Jordan. He still finds the placement good enough for the ball to trickle down to the boundary for yet another 4. If he had just added a little bit more power through that, or if the ball had mysteriously bounced, it would have gone over the boundary and through those accelerator zones. The 6 of them across the field. That ball was perfectly in line with the accelerator zone. And if the ball goes over that accelerator zone, it's 10 runs. And look at that, it seems like it did. The umpire giving the X signal on cross. Keegan Jordan is rising up here to the challenge. He's connecting balls which are even wider than the width of the crease. That's how well he's seeing it. Thought the 2 was on, but they're just keeping it to 1 to end over number 2. The music is blasting in the background as the crowd builds up here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. It's 26 for no loss. Two overs gone. The score is 26 for no loss. Keegan Jordan on 23. Ball is coming in nicely. Just good lift off that back of a length area. Like we said, the track is fresh. So there's good pace on the ball. Oh, a good chance there. Very difficult though. Made the distance, the bowler. Had to put in a last-ditch dive, but it wasn't good enough. Khatebe almost going out. Jordan rather going for a long swing. Just ahead of the bowler. They move to 27 runs right now. And the ball is down the leg side. That's going to have to be stopped because it's going into that accelerator zone. Tried his best, but it didn't work. It's 10 runs as the ball is in the accelerator zone. It's unguarded. You see the ball going down. Here are the 2 cones represented by the flags. He tried his best. He put in the slide a little bit too early, losing the momentum before reaching the ball. And it's 10 runs added to the score. It's going to have to be very watchful. The wider and straighter you go, the finer the ball will be played. So you want to bowl it in front of the batter. I'll maybe bounce the ball as well. That will help a lot. Because if it doesn't bounce, it's going to get crunched away by Khatebe. Standing his ground. Poor delivery from Andrew MK. I'm sure he knows that himself. You can see him just loosening up his shoulder. But you don't have enough time to loosen up here. You really don't have enough time. You only have 1 over to shine, and that is also signaled as a no ball to add salt into the injury. And so it's going to be a free hit coming the way of Deal Done. Ooh, 2 runs for the no ball, 4 runs for the boundary. Now a free hit. Good bowling. And the batter is a little bit lackadaisical. Very nonchalant, Khatebe. No. He swings for the heavens and forgets to come back onto the ground. The wicketkeeper stumps Khatebe. And what a very underwhelming way to lose your wicket. He's ran out. And it's 43 for the loss of 1. It's so important, even though we're having a good time, to always keep the fundamentals. Runs the batter out. And that's wicket number one. Siakhatebe was looking good. Hit the ball into the accelerator zone and then hit a full toss, which was a no ball, which went for 4. Which gives it away. Forgetting to make it back home, and it's 43 for 1. Yes, we just had to go pause there for a moment because it's a free hit. You can't give out stumped on a free hit. The only way to lose your wickets off a free hit is if you get run out. And so Siakhatebe in that instance was actually stumped. I thought he's given out because the umpires changed the decision into a run out, because you can get out through a run out, but Siakhatebe is still out there, can't be given out stumped on a free hit, and so it's a dead ball. We have another free hit coming our way. This time might be a clean stumping, but Siakhatebe should not repeat the same mistake twice. Survives. I wonder why he didn't contest that wicket, but as you can see, keeps his ground very, very planted. And it's the end of over number 3. So let's just go over the rules real quick, or the laws of the game. If you bowl a no ball, you can't lose your wicket unless if you are run out. And when it comes to the free hit is punishment for that no ball. And so you can't get any sort of advantage as a bowler for your transgression of a no ball. So a free hit is free to the batter to do whatever they want. And the only way that the batter can lose their wicket off a free hit is if the batter is run out. Siakhatebe was stumped at that instance, so he cannot lose his wicket. And so he's back onto the game. Andrew Kirkland comes in. He bowls to Keegan Jordan. Keegan Jordan hits it down to the cow corner, and it's just a single. Guess it's a teachable moment for all of us here who are watching the game and learning, even though it's a Sixers tournament. Not a clean connection from Siakhatebe. Just shake off the rust of walking off the field. Decision making just needs to come back into the game that we're in right now. It's on 16 from 8, and it's a good platform that has been set here from Keegan Jordan and Siakhatebe. We saw a staggering 47 runs being scored in the last 2 overs of the previous game that we watched, and so still a lot of damage can be done here. Ooh, the ball missing the stumps, missing the wicketkeeper. He has to chase it down. It's a long chase. It's the beautiful outfield of the Wanderers Stadium, which sends the ball down to the boundary, and it will be 4 byes. Tried his best, did the wicketkeeper. Going for some exotic stroke play, Keegan Jordan. It was fractions above the bails, nearly clipping them off and losing his wickets. But it remains no wickets lost, 49 runs on the board. They batting well here at 14 runs to the over. With the sun coming up, they just need to up the ante a little bit and try to see if they can get it to that 60, 70 mark. Once you get to 70, you're in decent land, but we saw that it's still not good enough. The previous game was chased down. So if you can get to 75, 80, you are in real good ground. Goes for a heave into the mid-on area. Fielder doesn't make it in time. They come back for 2 more runs, though. Got to keep the score ticking. If you're not able to hit the boundaries and they bring up their 50 to deal done, the deal is not done yet. They still need to keep pushing. But 50 runs up for the partnership of Khateb and Jordan as well. Good areas from Kirkland. It's good bowling, that. Absolutely no pace for the batters to work with. And with the new surf, with the fresh surface rather, we've seen pace just take off and greet the bats ever so nicely. So lack thereof from Andrew Kirkland, making it hard for the batters to put power through the shots. No need to put power through the shots, though, if the ball are going to be that wide. 2 runs added to the score. They move to 54. Might be a catch, should be a catch, and it is a great catch at the end. Good work from the fielder down at deep mid-wicket. He ended up putting himself in a little bit of a awkward situation, but good hands to recover. Going downtown, Siakhatebe, not enough power behind the shot. You can see directly into the sunlight. And it's a good take, reverse cup as well. And just easing his momentum with taking the fall. A wonderful catch to end the first partnership. And Siakhatebe now loses his wicket rightfully for 16 off of 8. And it's 54 for 1 with 1 more over to go. The Joburg Sixes, brought to you by the Sixes Festival. This is the second of the year. We've already seen the Cape Town Festival earlier on this year. We are seeing the second one now, and later on we'll be going to the Garden Routes for the third of the Sixes tournament. The Cape Town tournament having 8 teams, and here we're having 6 teams. Shorter games as well. Cape Town seeing 6 overs. Here we're seeing 5 overs. Each bowler bowling once. And so we've seen the first 4 for 54. What will happen in the last one? To Keegan Jordan, they bowl. It's short, it's pulled away, but there's a man standing at the square leg. He's going to retrieve it. It's going to be a single. A decent start here for Nicholas Calway. Tami Khatebe. He's the new batter who comes in now. He's just scored that single to get off strike. Jordan can't get a connection. It's going to be leg byes. Decent enough start here from Nicholas Calway. Score is currently at 56 for 1. Short and wide. 2 more runs added by Calway. It's the final over. He's bowling to the new batter, so he shouldn't be afraid to try and go to the stumps, especially if he knows that the batter is going to be looking to swing right from the get-go. Good decision that from Nicholas Calway. You can see Tami Khatebe just not having the room and not having the time to adjust and get a good connection with the ball. Mistimes it and they go for 1. And so there's 3 deliveries remaining in this over. It's gone for next to nothing by Nicholas Calway, and that's how we'd want to keep it. Good stuff. They're going to need to push for 2 here. Keegan Jordan and Tami Khatebe. Big confusion. Massive confusion. And they lose their wicket. Tami Khatebe refuses to run. Doesn't even look at his teammate. I don't know if that's the wicket team should have given away, because Keegan Jordan is the set player. Maybe at that time you look to keep the man who's hitting the ball, to keep hitting it. But Khatebe doesn't take run number 2. And Keegan Jordan runs himself out. It's 60 for 2. What a weird way to lose your wicket. Ball being played onto square leg. It looked like two any day of the week. Keegan Jordan basically strolled his way back onto the striker's end, but Tamirhatebe was nowhere to be seen. He just stood his ground. He didn't even walk out. He still had the time to walk out, but didn't. And now he hits it over the top. It's just going to be one. They're going to come back for two this time. Oh, now he's gone. Too chilled, too relaxed, too relaxed. He thought he was going to the safer end. Massive throw from the deep. Wonderful awareness. Great cricket from Santon Swingers. And they throw it to the correct end, and Khatebe can't even make it home with the dive. He loses his wicket straight after the run out, and it's 60 for 3. Oh, just falling apart right at the end here for Deal Done. Just when it looked like getting to 70 was good enough, just when it looked like they were going to get there, they are capitulating under the pressure of maximizing the final over. And Nicholas Calway is not doing anything extraordinary. When he hits the ball into the right areas, it's just easy ones and twos. Both these wickets being run outs, indecisiveness from the batting side, causing their demise. 60 for 3 though. And you'd look and think that this is a decent score, but given that there's only 4 fielders, and one being the bowler and the other being the wicket keeper to conclude the 6, there's so many runs to take, so much space to grab. The new batter, Tami Rapalejo, comes in at number 5. He swings, Rapalejo. They're going to come back for number 2. Dale September is already halfway down the track. The throw, though, this time lacking any venom. Rapalejo makes it home. He was only there for that last delivery. Or is it the last delivery? Seems like it is. The umpires reach a consensus. 62 runs on the board. There's still one more remaining in by the scorers, they say, but when it comes to the end, it's 5 overs done at 62 for 3 being the score. An excellent start by Deal Done. Some confusion with Siakhatebe losing his wicket, but not legally, so he makes his way back. And right now, a final over, which saw grave indecisiveness being fatal for the Deal Done. And so they've scored 62 for the loss of 3. 5 overs is what is needed. Can Santon Swingers swing their way into a victory in their first game? All to play for as we take a break for 5 minutes. We'll be coming back for the last inning of the match. 5 overs, 63 runs. Welcome back to the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium. The Sixes Festival happening in the Wondrous Precinct, starting yesterday, the 1st of May, and ending tomorrow, the 3rd of May, bringing together golf, pedal, and cricket. We're watching day 1 of the cricket and the second game of the day. The Sixes tournament working quite differently from what you normally know. Laws of the game apply, but the playing conditions differ quite drastically. 5 overs per innings, each team with 6 players each, meaning that the bowling team will have to bowl all of their fielders except the wicketkeeper. Each fielder bowling 1 over each in the game, and we've seen Deal Done bat and score 62 runs for the loss of 3. Now we're going to see how the Santon Swingers come back in response with the first ball of the innings. Swinging through the air with the left arm seamer. Got to be careful with those throws. Make sure that you're properly backed up. And so he was for the first ball of the innings. The first game, we saw Global Jets chase down 69 runs, which were set by Body Scent. And the question is now, can Santon Swingers replicate the job that was done earlier on by Global Jets and chase down a score again that is in the 60s? With that kind of start, maybe they might, but they're gonna want to ensure that some of the runs come off their bat. The wide counts for 2 runs in this tournament format, and so the bowler must bowl the ball again, even though he gets punished for 2. All the more reason to be disciplined in your areas as the bowling team. Wonderful ball, very good ball. Quite unfortunate for that to be the result. Getting the bottom edge of the bat, and it runs down to the fine leg boundary, chopped away by Andrew Kirkland, and it's 4 for no loss to start off the chase. He couldn't have asked for a better ball. Left arm seamer, ball shaping into the right-hander, into the block hole. And sometimes it just happens like that when fortune is on your way. Ball hitting the inside half of the inside edge of the bat, and it runs down to the fine leg boundary for 4. The only fortune for bowling team is that it didn't go into the accelerator zone. That is extremely off where you want the ball to be. Doesn't even hit the surface, and it's signaled a no ball. No balls also count for 2 runs, but as you can see with the signal, it's also a free hit. The batter cannot lose their wicket on a free hit unless he gets run out. Here's the free hit. Opens room for himself. Excellently bowled. A really good ball to push it out wide. Whether or not he saw the batter adjust his position to open up some room doesn't matter, because he completely missed it. Batter playing for the ball that he's been facing all along, which is aligned to his body, trying to make that space. And doesn't move this time, getting the ball into his arc. It's good bowling from the bowler. He's not trying anything too fancy here. It's just that no ball that really went a little bit wayward. But other than that, the wide is just a fraction behind the batter. But he's going to want to clean up everything and make sure all the balls land. That doesn't land. And it's hit into the gap. Good fielding from the man standing at the long off. Keeps it to just 2, saving half of the runs. Remember, it's those accelerator zones. If the ball is hit within that 10-meter radius of each accelerator zone counts for 10 runs, despite it being a 6 or a 4. So there's value in placing your boundaries. Something along those lines, but the ball is played a little bit too fine off the accelerator zone, but fine enough to not find any fielder and found the boundary rope. Very elegantly played from MK, and it ends over number 1 with a boundary. It goes for 15. They need 48 runs to win with 4 overs to go, and believe it or not, that's a very attainable target in this format of the game.
63 runs is the total to beat.
The importance of over number 2 and over number 3 now is going to be so high, so that they take this foundation and they take the game away from deal done before the deal is actually done. That will make it so hard for the bowling team to try and preserve runs if for the first 3 overs they've been taken apart. But here they go. Over number 2. It started off really well from Khadebe. Just wide enough from the batter. Swings at it with no success. Kirkland is currently on 1 run. And he's going to add to that score now. Crunching shot. Beautifully pulled away for 4 runs. He played that with so much time. The ball being dropped unbelievably short from Khadebe. Not the length you want to be bowling here, especially at that pace. And especially with the ball just bouncing up and coming onto the batter so nicely here. The boundary surface, wondrous surface rather. Oh, just look at how quickly it just shoots through to the wicketkeeper. It gives you the feeling that you're a proper fast bowler. Slows the pace down. He's going to ask the fielders to come across. They're thinking of 2. They can make a better decision. Then deal done. Lost 2 of their final wickets by a run out. Always feels so iffy, especially if it was through indecisiveness. You can see clearly Khadebe rolling the fingers through the ball to slow it down. North cutter bamboozles Andrew MK. And no extras is the important thing from what we've seen here from Tami Khadebe. He wants to close it off well. He's only conceded 5 runs in the over. Can he keep it at 5 runs to the over? Yes, he does. Good bowling from Khadebe. Very good stuff here. Just needed to bring it back for a moment because they were on 15 after 2 overs. They are now on 20 after those 2 overs. And so the question is that 43 attainable with 3 overs to go? It still is, statistically speaking, but reality is going to be seen right out onto that field. There's 3 games to go after this. Plethora of cricket games. Tons of fun to be had at the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium as well, as we get more of the crowd coming in with the sun coming out. Early on in the morning it was pretty chilly, pretty gloomy as well, but so the tables have turned and they are asking you to come to the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium. Bars opened, music playing, entertainment is going to be on your way, and at the end of the games at 5 o'clock, the festival begins with all kinds of games and music. The stage has been set on the grass embankment. Where would you want to be? Just spend your Friday with some sports, spend your Friday with some family, spend your Friday with some good music, meats, drinks, and good times. It's the Sixes Festival happening here at the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium and around the Wonders Precinct. Not just cricket, paddle, and golf as well. But we come back to our game. 2 overs gone, 20 runs on the board, 41 to win. Question is, Ayandazama, what will he bring to the table? The previous over, going for only 5 runs. What will this one do?
41 runs to win.
Spin is always a good option when you're looking for high-scoring games to tone it down, but you need to be on target. Starts with a wide delivery. It's wide again, but the batter says, nope, I want a piece of that. Andrew Kirkland gives it a good smash. Very good smash. Through the long off boundary it goes, and 4 runs added to the total. Ayanda Zama's first legal delivery being plowed away. Starting off so wide. A little bit straight outside. Something along those lines works. Playing it to the fielder, square leg. It's going to keep it to 1. The over already gone for 8 runs now. Pops it up into the air. Will the fielder make it in time? No, he doesn't. We have a lot of conditions in playing these sixes, but it's not one bounce, one catch out. Still have to make a distance. Not making his distance at that time. Single. Move to 30. Down the legs. It's very well bowled from Ayanda at that time, following the batter. The ball is coming so slowly. You have to wait on it as the batter. Just wait and be patient on it. Then play it. It's all about timing, regardless of the pace. The timing is off at that time. Chance for the wicketkeeper, who doesn't make his ground. They think of coming for number 2. But you see, this is what the lack of pace does. When there's nothing for you to work with, you feel like things are just not coming to you. You feel like the ball is just hanging. Because you have to swing your hands so quickly to generate power, your timing must be impeccable. Look at that. Looks like a good swing. Just the lack of pace is enough to keep the ball down. Ones to close it off for Zama. Just goes for 11 in that over. Very, very tidy. 32 for no loss. Halfway through the chase in terms of runs needed. 31 to win, 32 on the board. This partnership between MK and Kirkland being 32. None of them really going onto the chart, taking it on. Very steady and just chipping away at around 10 runs to the over. They currently need 16 in order to eclipse what they need. And so this is the over where the innings must move. Dale September has the ball. And it is the over that moves. Ball is flicked off the pads, well glanced, and it's a stop down at the deep behind square. They come back for 2 runs. They only come back for 2 runs. They need boundaries now. Some of these must go over the ropes for the Santon Swingers, live up to their name as Swingers. We are basically in Santon here in Ilovo. Not a healthy enough swing from Kirkland. The important thing is just keeping those runs ticking, regardless of the fact that you're scoring boundaries or not. Because maybe your other one on the other side might get going. But I think Deal Dunn have found the ideal pace to bowl on this surface. The overthrows, though, give an extra run. Good awareness from the Santon Swingers. With the lack of the pace, it's just working wonders for teams who want to score hard. Just can't. But that's a cracking shot. That's the timing we thought that you needed. What a smashing shot. And it's not just 6 runs. It's gone through the accelerator zones. Much needed boost for the Santon Swingers. It's 10 runs off that stroke. You can see where the fielder stood, right in between the two flags on top of the cones. And those flags represent the accelerator zone, where even if it's a 4, even if it's a 6, you're going to get 10 runs. It was dangerous bowling from September. Because if it drifts to that leg side, there's no protection at fine leg. And fine leg has another of those accelerator zones. So the two leg side zones which are guarded are the square leg and the long on zones. Fine leg is wide open, so you must be straight. All there works. It's in the air though. Too short. Pumped away by Andrew Emke. Good shot. It's actually Andrew Kirkland who gets the connection, and that brings up the 50 for the Santon Swingers.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Much needed as we head on to the final over. That was the over that was so important. 23 runs from Dale September's arm. Punishing. We said it was the moving over. It's moved in 8 lines shy. 8 runs to go for the Santon Swingers. Andrew Remke is on strike. He's on 17. Andrew Kirkland has found rhythm. He's found goal. Moved himself to 30. 13. Ooh. 8 runs to go. And 4 with 6 wickets in hand. He'll take special bowling from Santon left. Bring it back. 4 deal done. Rabalejo bowls to Andrew Emke with 8 runs to win.
Final 6 balls.
And you
8
can
runs
possibly
to win.
defend.
Next two teams, Outlaws versus Body Set.
Rabalejo has good pace,
Great start.
but it's the pace that gets punished, and the ball is through the accelerator zone. It only took 1 hit to finish the game. Superb shots from Andrew Emke, and it ends the game with a flurry of a drive. With banging shots, trying to swing hard, it's a classic cricket stroke that brings the end to the game, and you see the ball going through the accelerator zone, which closes game number 2 here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. A chase that ends up looking very simple for Santon Swingers, who live up to their name and swung themselves into the victory by a whopping 7 wickets. What a win from them. And they take it on as we move on to game number 2. So, the chasing team in both occasions being successful. What's going to happen in game number 3? It's going to start right around the corner as we bring you this broadcast on Pitch Vision of the Joburg Sixes 2025.
So ladies and gentlemen, Biosyn taking the field in what is a must-win for them if they need to have any more participation in this tournament. Losing in the last over in the last game, very disappointing. I see their secret weapon, Welcome, who's one of the best bowlers here, is now wicket keeping, which means he cannot bowl. I think he twisted his shoulder on Thursday night at the Frog.
Welcome to game number 3. We are at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium bringing you this Joburg Sixes tournament. Last year, it happened during September. But this time, we're bringing to you during the great season of autumn. This broadcast is being brought to you by Pitch Vision Sports on our YouTube channel. I'm your commentator for the game, Mpendulo Magubane. And we are watching a Sixes tournament, and the laws of the game are the same, but the playing conditions are rather different. 6 players per team, so 1 bowler, 1 wicketkeeper, and 4 fielders across the field. 2 on the offside, 2 on the leg side is what Bodicent employ. The only team that we've seen employ a different strategy was Global Jets in their first game, where they used a 3-1 field. They bowled heavily on the offside and using the long off, the deep cover and third man fielders, and only 1 field on the leg side, which was the cow corner. Every other team has used a 2-2 strategy. And so here, as the teams are getting set up behind the bowler's shoulder, we have a long off over the bowler's left shoulder, and then we have a deep mid-wicket over the bowler's right. The other 2 fielders standing at deep square leg and standing at deep cover. 5 overs per innings. 1 bowler bowls 1 over, and each fielder will be getting an over except the wicketkeeper, which will show our 5 overs. No balls and wides count for 2 runs, and the bowler must bowl the ball again. But what makes this extra special are the accelerator zones that we have around the field. 6 of them around the corners, the apexes of the field. And if the ball is hit through these accelerator zones, it's not a 4 or 6, it's 10 runs. 10 runs if you hit the ball through the accelerator zone. And that will be signaled by the umpire crossing their forearms in front or above their heads. These accelerator zones are found on 6 apexes across the field. On the leg side, the long on, the square leg, and the deep fine leg. Then on the off side, you have them at long off, deep cover, and at third man. The batter must hit a boundary in order for the ball to count as being hit in the accelerator zone. They will get those 10 runs. So even if the ball is hit over the boundary for 6, or if it's hit onto the padding in front within the accelerator zone, it will be 10 runs to the batting team. So it's not only just about hitting 6s and 4s, but it's about where you hit those 6s and 4s as well. That's what's going to help you win the game. That's what happened in the game before. Santon Swingers had 8 runs to win going into the final over, and then the first ball was crunched through the covers into the accelerator zone, and that ended the game because the 10 runs covered the 8 that was needed. So different in some of the conditions, but the same old cricket that we love, played in the same old stadium that we all adore, in the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium for the Sixes tournament. Take a little bit of a pause as our scorers
are loading the new teams. Bear in mind, it does take around 10 to 15 minutes to load in the new teams from the scorers because they have to do it manually for each and every team that's going to be playing. Turnaround time for each game is next to nothing, being around 5 minutes. So we do have this little bit of a delay. We had that delay the second game as well, where the new game was being added on. And so here we are dealing with the same thing as the Outlaws take on Body Scent. The Outlaws wearing their white and blue, batting first, and Body Scent fielding. So that was our scorers. Just load up the new teams. Body Scent played in the first game of the morning versus Global Jets, and it looked like they were on good standing at 69 for 1 in their first innings, and then Global Jets were almost down and out, but found a way to just inject a little bit of more fuel into their packs and fly over the line and win the game after losing a flurry of wickets to start off. But here we are, the Outlaws taking on Body Scent, Nzala. He'll be batting first. Quite familiar name in the circuit. And he might be gone. First ball dropped. How big is that drop? Very first ball you drop Nzala. He'll count his lucky stars, the batter. It was a gift being pulled away. It was a gift of a delivery as well. And can you believe it? He finds the only fielder. He drowns under the ball and gives 4 runs in addition. Lifeline for Nzala. Beautifully poked through. What a delicate shot. That might be into the action zone, and it is. 10 runs for Nzala. The dropped catch is already costing Body Scent 14 runs. What a delicate shot. Lack of pace from Gareth Taylor, the spin bowler, just opening the face of the blade and running across. More pace this time though. Hooked away, more runs. Another decadent shot gives him 10 more runs. He goes to the opposite apex this time and he gets 20 in 2 balls. Nzala. It's punishing. It's real punishing. Cracking strike. What a start to the over. The fielder who dropped the catch is trying to bury himself because Josh Costins rather is being cracked open here by Nzala. Can you believe it? 30 runs already. Oh my goodness. This is what Sixes cricket is about. The crowd is already starting to grow, and it's growing right on time, seeing these explosive shots. Nzala, get out of here. Oh my goodness, what a bombastic shot. Through the action zone still. Oh wow. Oh my word. 40 runs in the first over. Yes, this is what we came here to watch. What a start. And all that needed to happen was for the ball to be stuck onto the hands in the first ball of the over. Dropped catch. Went over for 4 runs and Nzala has not looked back. This is pain. Real pain. 1 ball to go in the over. The ball has had enough. It's gone to hide for a bit. It needs to cool down. It's being battered by Nzala. So here we go. Final ball. Final ball of the over.
First batsman, Nazala.
Don't be confused. The dot ball doesn't count that you see in the start of the over, because the very first ball.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Can you put your hands together, please? 40 runs in the first over. Amazing.
And one of the conditions of the game that were not stipulated, and it's because it's the first batter to actually reach it, there's a cap with how many runs a single batter can score, and they are limited to just 40 runs. So if a batter scores 40, they have to retire. They are forced to retire. And once that happens, a new batter comes in. The old batter is not out though, because should the Outlaws lose all of their wickets, they can still call back Mponzala to come and bat. Just gives fair opportunity and chance to all of the players who've come in, keeps the flow of the game going. So that makes a change. Kangala comes in to bat for the Outlaws. Boys are living up to their names. They're trying to break the law and keep Mponzala from batting, but the umpires are aware of the conditions. A flurry of runs from Mponzala to take it to 40. Very well played from him. But Carsten's trips and slips. The ball is hit straight to the fielder by the new batter Kangala. And it ends the over. Damaging for Josh Carstens. Wow, what an over. It was excellent batting from Mponzala. This is after he got dropped though. He did get dropped in his first ball, but then the retaliation was excellent. Wow, what good batting. At this rate, they're going to score 200. But we don't see, certainly don't see that happening, because it's going to take another flurry to come on. Body Centre keeping their line of bowling at the golf course end. That's where they'll bowl for the rest of the innings. Whipped away. It's just going to be stopped for a single. But so productive from Zala through that area at the square leg. Big space through the covers. But it seems like they're just bowling to a routine plan here. Bowl the ball as straight as possible, but don't drift to the leg stump, because if you drift to the leg stump, you introduce the ball being played fine to that fine leg area. So you want to keep the ball at that middle and off stump line so that the ball is played in front of the square. It's dangerous bowling that from Sean Ruff. It's dangerous, because if you just get bat on that, it's going to run down for a boundary, because there's no protection behind the hip of the batter. It's a wide ball, so it counts for 2 nonetheless. See, that's the area. That's where he wants to be. But it's good batting in response from Saroke. It's very good batting. It's plowed in front of square, in between the 2 fielders. That is a result of good batting from Kangala, rather. Ball coming towards the right-hander. You can see it swinging in the air. He places it perfectly. Last-ditch dive, counting for nothing. Then the final ball is just outside that off stump, swinging through the covers, missing the ball completely. They're on 49. That 50 is so close. Deftly done. Wonderful from Kangala. Take a bow. Using the pace and the angle produced by Sean Ruff to just open the face of the bat. No one standing at third man. And ball runs down for 4. It brings up the half century as well for the Outlaws. 50 up in just 1.4 overs. 10 legal deliveries it took for them to get to 50, thanks to 3 shots being hit through the accelerator zones. That is a gorgeous shot. Wonderful stroke from Kangala. Driven so beautifully. Goes for 4 runs. Extraordinarily played from him. Bounces a couple of times, goes over the fence, and it ends over number 2. 57 in 2 overs. 57. They'll feel like if they don't get to 100 here, they've wasted an excellent start. 60 runs they need from just 4 overs to get that 100 from that first over from Ponzala. He scored 40 in that, 17 in the next over. They now need 43 to get to 100. And the way that they are going, they can score that in 1 over. Siroke is on strike. He's been barely on strike. He's only faced 1 ball. Roy Rootman has forgone his cap that he used in the first game. Bowls at a full toss. It's a top edge. Wicket keeper. Couldn't make the distance. Good idea not to throw the ball. No one was backing up. Because remember, if the ball is thrown and there's no one backing up and the overthrow goes to the accelerator zone boundary, the overthrow will count for 10 runs as well. So you have to guard. Be very tactical and watchful on when you attack and when you just be a little bit defensive.
Welcome, replacing the current keeper. And after that display,
Bowling it well into the block hole. Steady work from Roy Rootman here. If he's not getting hit for 6s, he must be happy. Because things have been going down and shots have been smashed around. Like that. They've been smashed around like that. That is through the accelerator zone as well. Damaging shot. The placement is impeccable by the Outlaws. That is going to be 10 runs. Excellent batting down the track. The ball flies over the accelerator zones. You can see the 2 flags. The ball flew in between that area. And that will count for 10 runs, regardless of if it's a 6 or a 4. He's taking full use of the open land behind his back. Wicketkeeper needs to put in a big dive. That's going to count for 2 extra runs. 15 runs already in the over because of that 10. I've been wishing to have a game of cricket where your big shots and your well-placed shots get extra bonus runs. Well, this is where you need to be. The Sixes tournament.
72 runs is a high-scoring game.
Teams are playing for $15,000. Whoever wins. That's good enough. Last ball in the over. Into the block hole. It's really well done by Roy Rootman. Comes in to back up his wicketkeeper. Wicketkeeper has been putting in a ton of yards, collecting the ball behind square. Now we come down to the final delivery of the over. Runs already taken from the over. That is quite impressive from the Outlaws. Can see a little bit of a mini appeal because Rudman knows that that went down the leg side. It's going to be winded by the umpire. 2 runs added to the score. Let's bowl that one more time. 76 on the board for the Outlaws. That's a lot of runs. They're going to add more to that. The ball's going to be played in front of square. It's going to end with the single. 77 runs after 3 overs. It's already most of runs scored here today. No team has been able to breach 75. First to do so, now on 77. Worst thing is that they still have 2 overs to go. That's the problem for Bodysend. The runs are being accumulated quick and fast, and the wickets are not falling. Sometimes all you need is just a wicket to level the playing field. It doesn't come. The batting team just grows further and further and further into ball momentum. That's a gracious start, pushing the ball down to the leg side. It's going to be a swing, 2 more runs added to a score. Wonderful shot. That is beautiful. Superb from Soroka. That clears the fence. That clears the actual boundary of the stadium. What a flowing shot. That is so elegant from Soroke. Give that man something to cheer about. That deserves to be 10, regardless of if it hit the accelerator zone or not, but it didn't hit the accelerator zone. It counts for 6 runs. Well, this speaks directly to what the Sixes Festival is trying to push. Hitting poverty for a 6. A wonderful initiative being brought by the Sixes Festival. And 6s are being hit here. Oh boy. The 6s are being hit here. Oh boy. But this time it does not clear the fielder. Good work from the fielder in the deep. You saw him just stepping over once so that he can assess where his boundary is. Walks back in. And then he takes the catch. It was a good shot from Kangala. Here he is. Steps back into the field. He sees that the ball will not clear the boundary. It's good fielding. That's wicket number 2. Mashuru Kangala losing his day. 85 for the loss of 2. We're speaking of hitting 6s, or hitting poverty for a 6. It's an inspiring initiative born from the Sixes Festival. It's going to be taking place over this 2-day event held annually across 3 South African cities for the past 10 years. It is the 10th one happening in the Sixes Festival. So this CSR initiative aims to break down financial barriers and promote inclusivity in the sport by providing opportunities for children and for adults who are coming from historically disadvantaged backgrounds to help them participate in this premium sporting event. So let's help hit poverty for a 6 with the Sixes Festival. Two wickets down for the Outlaws. Simango comes in at number 4. He comes in and he swings. Very good hit. He starts off with 6 runs. Ball being dropped a little bit short from Christian. And just allows a free flowing swing of the blade from Sibonga Simango. That's going to be 6 runs to start us off. Goes to the offside this time. It's into that action zone. Ball must be stopped and it's done so. 92. 100 is right around the corner here for Soroke. One good hit through the accelerator zones. Get them 10 runs and get them 100. They're 8 runs away. Goes wide. It's going to be 2 runs for the total added now. 94 on the board for the Outlaws. Might this be the first team that chooses to bat first that actually wins? Still 2 more games after this. The games are going on a hurry, which is good. It's what they're trying to promote here. Games moving quickly. That's why the bowlers are bowling from one end, taking maximum of 10 paces to come in and bowl. Keep the game flowing, keep the game moving. And we have 1 more over to go. Can you believe it? The innings is about to end. 96 for 1 for the Outlaws. With 1 more over to go, Body Centre staring down the barrel of a massive, massive total that they need to chase down. And so the gunshot that they need to deflect and counter in order for them to chase down this massive total. It's going to require, firstly, a very good over to close off the innings and minimize this damage. They can keep this from reaching those triple figures. They'll feel as if they have won some psychological battle back from the Outlaws. Starts off with a dot ball. Lloyd Hobson, who wasn't playing, didn't bowl in that first game versus the Global Jets. Comes in now, first ball, a dot one. Big outside edge. Cracking shot. Rather, it's an open off the face to slap the ball through the covers. Wonderful shot. That brings up the triple figures for the Outlaws. 100 runs up. Well bowled. But Swangam Simango comes back for run number 2. Superb running from Soroke and Simango. You can't really say they're tired. They're coming back for run number 3. They've faced a minuscule amount of deliveries. Soroke has faced 4 and Simango has faced 6. So they're still rather fresh with 3 balls remaining in the innings. Oi! Extra bounce coming towards Soroke. He deals with it well though. Not only deals with it well, he also gets a single for his dealing with the ball. So we have 2 more to go. 104 for the Outlaws. My goodness, that's a big total. Just pulling it back though, Hobson. 8 runs are scored in this over. Can it remain 8 with 1 more ball remaining in the innings? Reverses his sweep. Wicketkeeper has been chasing it down all day, every day. Is not going to catch that one. Leg by 4s or 4 leg bys to end the innings. 108 runs scored in just 5 overs. It all happened with the first ball being dropped. Mponzala punishing that drop and eventually scoring 40 runs in just 6 deliveries. And the rest of the 68 runs scored in the rest of the 4 overs show a dominant performance by the Outlaws, scoring 108 in just 30 deliveries. We saw about 5 to 6 action zone 6s or 4s being hit for 10 runs. How will Body Centre respond? They scored 69 when they faced against Global Jets in the first game of the day. They're gonna need
Great
a
support.
healthy bit
I want
more,
to thank our
40 runs more to be
sponsors,
exact, in order to win this
for
game.
being here.
109
Beautiful day
from
in Joburg,
30
and cold
deliveries.
beer is welcome. And then to our airline partner, North Airline, for providing tickets to London as part of the prize. And then finally to C6 Cricket, who have brought this initiative to South Africa. The concept is simple. There are pillars that are on the field that mark an acceleration zone, and if you hit it through that zone, it's 10 runs, which this last team really did really well by getting 108 runs. It makes it more exclusive, it opens it up to women's cricket, to girls' cricket, it really focuses on grassroots, where parents can watch a game that's only an hour long, as opposed to 2 or 3 hours. So we really would say thank you to all our sponsors and congratulate our team, Hit Party for 6, and wish Body Sing all the best as they chase down one of the biggest runs set this morning.
We come back. 5 overs per innings. As you can see, 108 runs being scored by the Outlaws. It was a ridiculous display of batting. So Bodysen will need to score 109 runs to win. It is very possible. Accelerator zones galore is going to be the name of the game. And so, we start off. 6 accelerator zones. 3 on either side of the field. On the leg side, you have them at fine leg, square leg, and long on. On the off side, you have them at long off, cover, and third man. The ball hits the boundary within the 10-meter radius of those accelerator zones, you get 10 runs. They hit it about 5-6 times with the Outlaws, which is why they scored 40 runs in the first over and ended up on 108 in their 5. So it's a good start here from the Outlaws bowling, because now Body Scent have this scoreboard pressure. So the way they play these will not be normal, because they're going to look to attack from the start, and that's where the problems start. So sometimes measured batting for a couple of balls to just get yourself into the stride of the game is what you need, and that's what they've taken, a couple of singles. Big outside edge though. Those will be very helpful. Can the wicketkeeper cover the distance? No, he can't, because the outfield at the Wanderers is pretty good. It aids the ball to roll over the boundary. Thick outside edge from Metza sends the ball to the third man boundary for 4. It's going to be so useful. That's 7 on the board. They need a ginormous 24 runs per the over to eclipse the total that is presented upon them. And these thick outside edges, counting a bit. Wicketkeeper needs to run hard. The Outlaws are employing a 3-3 field. So 3-1 field. 3 fielders on the leg side and 1 on the off side. Asking the spinner to hit the middle and leg stump. And he's been doing so well when it does go offside. He's asking the wicketkeeper to put in some work, and so he has done so. 9 runs for no loss. Interesting that they use 3 fielders on the leg side, and 1 on the offside, because if they're going to use 3 ones, you've seen 3 on the offside and 1 on the leg side. So the angles differ, but Katlego Sekopane coming into bowl. He has 3 fielders on the offside, but they can't stop that drive. The ball hit perfectly between cover and long off, and it's going to be 4 runs. They're just happy that they are not hitting the accelerator zones, because once it does that, it becomes a little bit of a problem. Ball moving away from Josh Carstens, the batter. Too wide did it move, and so it's been signaled. That's a good hit. That's a good hit. Not good enough. Straight to the man standing at the deep cover zone. That's wicket number 1. Josh Carstens was looking to up the pressure, and he loses his wicket for just 6 runs. It's 15 for 1. Well, that's what the pressure of the scoreboard does. Feel like you need to up the ante. Well, you're looking at your required rate and it reads 26. You have to up the ante. But you have to be measured in how you do it. And even if you try to be as measured as you can, when the pressure is that much, even balls which are hard to hit seem juicy enough to go for. And so he falls for 1. A drive out to extra cover, and it's been caught in the deep. 13 for 1. Katlego Sekopane getting his man. Oh, and he bowls the next one really well. The batter walks. The batter walks. It's good bowling from Sekopane. The batter was crouched for room. He felt a very faint edge. And it's been a while since we've seen batters take the walk, and he walks without the decision from the umpire. And it's 13 for 2. We certainly admire the sportsmanship. At the end of the day, it's called the gentleman's game. And so you play the game with a gentleman's agreement on the table. And so they're living up to that unwritten law of the game. Roy Rudman is gone, and it's 13 for 2. Katlego Sekopane, all of a sudden, is on a hat-trick. Katlego Sekopane is on a hat-trick. Ball being hit into the air was caught. The feinters of edge with the next ball caught by the wicketkeeper. So we stand to see the hat-trick ball. It's up into the air, but it's going to land safely. Hard lengths being hit by Sekopane. Rushing the batters as well. He's bowling really well. 4 runs or 5 runs now. 2 wickets. Good stuff. Goes for the short ball. Testing the batter's helmet. And so the last ball. Keelan Mehta misses it completely. That ends over number 2. It's looking pretty dark for Bodicent. Dare I say, it's not smelling nice for them. 16 for 2 after 2. They need 93 runs. The positive side is that if you hit your accelerator zones 9 times within the 18 holes that are remaining, you win the game. Or you get yourself very close to winning the game. So that's one perspective you can look at. 9 balls, 9 good hits to one of the 6 accelerator zones, but to do that 9 times. Each accelerator zone gives you 10 runs. So you see them with the codes over the boundary. You don't see it there. Hajani. Skills to stop it. Cricket ball. It's very painful. Cricket ball must bounce in order to be very effective. Doesn't bounce that time, so it's a good gift for Keelan Mehta. Smashes it over long on for 4. Quite some distance away from the action zone. The accelerator zone is a little bit squarer than that to get 10 runs onto the board. Ooh, very deftly done. Played that late as possible, right under his and the wicketkeeper's eye. Cuts it away for 4 runs. Really good shot from Mehta. At least he's getting some injection of pace into his innings and into the team's innings. He's going to need more. He's going to need more, and he does get more. Cracking strike from Keelan. Stands and deliver. Whacks it through the covers. They still need massive amounts of runs to win. But it's hurting the bowler's figures here. He's being torn apart in Mohajane. 17 runs in that over. It's great batting from Keelan Mehta. Could this be the spot that they need? Because imagine if four of those went, a couple of those went through the accelerator zones, they get themselves into a very good position. But right now they need 38 runs per over. Can they do it? 76 runs to win. It was a good over from Metza. But now welcome Plessy. Chooses to reverse his sweep. I think now, just take a run, get your fiery batter in. Unless if you can hit the action zone, just inches away. Couple of centimeters to your left. The ball goes for 10 runs, but it's going to be 4. Welcome Plessy. Gets a gift from Kwanazi. Kwanazi is coming around the wicket, trying to close off any room. Goes at full. Goes at balls to that area. Good crunching strike. Unstoppable. Unstoppable shot from Plessy. And I'm here saying he must take ones and give Metza a strike. No! He's taking it on himself. He seems to be seeing the ball well. It is Metza who's smashing it right now. It is Metza who's messing it up. What a shot that is! Glorious flow of the bat from Keelan Metza. It takes it over the head of the bowler, takes it over the stands as well. That's going to be 6 runs. Maybe 6s hitting to the stands straight can also count for 10 runs and 8 runs. Because these are big hits from Metza. He moves to 32. The score is 48 for 2. 2 runs until they get to 50. And it's going to be another bashing shot from Metza. My word, that is a good shot. It ends over number 4. It brings the 50 for Body Scent. They move to 53 for 2. 1 over to go. 55 runs to win. They are going to need 5 boundaries through the accelerator zones to make a game out of this. It's not going to be easy. Mathematically correct, but realistically, it's going to be a little bit of a tough road to climb here for Body Scent. As you go into the final over, 55 runs to win. Metza is only 2 runs away from retiring. He's on 38, and each player is forced to retire at 40. And so, the weight being on Metza, here's welcome Plessy on strike. I assure you, he's not on 616 runs. We're going to come back for run number 2. There's no one down in the deep. Maybe run number 3 is a possibility. Yes, it is. Good running from Body Scent. Good running. It's going to be 3 runs added to the total. It moves to 57.
54 for 2.
They just need to close it off here, the Outlaws. They just need to keep it clean, keep it legal.
Runs to win 52.
Even if they concede 50 runs with their last 5 deliveries. It's good enough. Wide delivery, very well bowled. Seeing the batter charge down, Metzer was halfway down his track. He's dumped, losing his wicket for 38 runs. He was the only man who looked like he was going to get it going. He was going to retire after 2 runs anyway. But that is the end of his day. 38 runs from 12 and Body Sent down and out with 52 runs to win from the last 4 deliveries.
Concept is simple. You've got accelerator zones around the field. If you hit the ball,
it's unfortunate really for Body Sent. They started so well. Really started well. Scoring that 69 versus the Global Jets. Just lost their way with 2 overs remaining against the Global Jets and lost their game. 2 balls to go. It's being smashed. It's going to have a pluck into the grass. It's not going to continue. So we have 3 more balls remaining in the over. This will not end well for Body Sent. But trying to end it with a flurry. A good catch by the spectator out in over the boundary line. But it's 6 runs still. Very good hit from Welcome Plessy. He's being joined by Adolf. Plessy, he gets it a good hit. Goes to the offside. Choosing to defend 10 runs rather than go for the catch as the fielder. So there's 1 more ball remaining in the game and Body Sent will fall. They will fall to the Outlaws, who played a stellar game of 5-over cricket. It is over in an eye, but the attacking batting from the Outlaws took the game away by basically the first over. 40 runs were scored in that first over, and then after 5 it was 109 runs scored. What a great display of batting. And then in response, Body Sent just found it way too tough. Too many runs to come and chase down. The scoreboard pressure, faltering their batting plans and losing early wickets early on. They couldn't recover. 67 for 4 is where they ended, and they lose the game by 42 runs. Body Sent have lost both of their games that they've played now, and you'll see them again in action tomorrow. Outlaws start off with a blast. We'll come again in 5 minutes. Commencement of game number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the game, and one of the highest scoring games this morning. Our hit public for a 6 team, breaking the 100-run mark in 5 overs. And this is all due to the new format of Sixes, where you have these accelerator zones around the field, and if you place the ball in between these zones, you get 10 runs. Executed perfectly in the first innings, with our opening batsman getting 40 runs and retiring in the first over. It's a great concept. It's going to encourage more female crickets to play. It's going to encourage our group grassroots levels. Parents won't mind watching an hour-long game, and we certainly don't mind enjoying all the 6s under 10s. So stay posted, and we thank you guys for coming down to the Wanderers. It's an amazing launch of the C6s initiative in South Africa.
Welcome back. Game number 4 of the Joburg Sixes in game day number 1 here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. "73 runs to win for the Santon Swingers. Electric Avenue putting on a respectable score. Once you hover around that 70 mark, you are in decent enough standing to defend. But it's a good start here with the ball. Martin Roas just swinging it in to the right-hander, so the right-hander needs to be wary and guarded of his stumps. A very interesting position being taken up by the wicketkeeper. I actually love the inventive thinking here of the six-a-side cricket. So he's standing very, very acute. It's almost as if where leg slip is. So the wicketkeeper is standing at where basically a leg slip is. And so he's standing way back, so he covers his line and he covers behind the wicket. So in a way, it allows the left-hander to completely target those stumps. The ball swinging into the right-hander as well. Should he miss his area, the wicketkeeper is there to cover that fine leg region because he's standing in between the wicketkeeper and where a fine leg would be. But they go to the square now. The ball is aerial, only for a moment. It bounces in front of the fielder. They're going to take a single. And with these many runs, 70 on the board, you can look at it and say that the Santon Swingers can just abide their time in the first over, just get into the rhythm of things, and then work themselves up into a frantic scoring pace. See, that's where the wicketkeeper is. He comes around. He stops it. It's very good positioning. I will not be surprised to see more teams employ this strategy because it just covers all bases. And so even if the batter just feathers it behind the stumps or behind his body, the wicketkeeper is still there enough to go and cover the area. It removes an attacking option from the edge to the wicketkeeper, but it adds such a great element of defense. And it was already saved a boundary which was destined to be 10 runs through the accelerator zones. It's 4 for no loss. Four for no loss after 1 over. We're going to have some guests join us in just a couple of minutes. They too want to have a say on this intriguing cricket that we're watching here. As the ball drifts down the leg side, that's going to be 2 runs, remember. That's how the format of the tournament works. Wides and no balls will give you 2 runs and the bowler must bowl it again. So you can't find yourself being ill-disciplined. Gets it into a decent enough area, calls on the long off to come and cut it off. It's going to be 2 runs. And slowly, the more they don't get these boundaries, you look at it, and that required run rate is slowly going to creep up into a pressurizing situation. So they're going to need to let loose, and the ball has some distance. It has really good distance. That's what they need to break the shackles just a little bit. Matthew Fletcher goes down on one knee and takes the ball over the boundary. 6 runs into his name. 15 for no loss. Oh, a Chinese cut. Ball nearly crapping into that leg stump, but that's that wicket-keeper position. wicket keeper slip, you say? Wicket slip? Whatever you want to name it. It's very ingenuous of thinking from the tactical minds of the Electric Avenue team. Oh, nearly taking on the off stump. Very good bowling from Mike Airy. Superb stuff. Matthew Fletcher couldn't get to the ball. The wicketkeeper behind the stumps did. Saving so many runs is actually unbelievable. Mark Airy misses again with the stumps, but shouldn't be worried here. The Santon Swingers, they've taken a couple of runs from the over. It's 13 of them, imagine. Cuts it away. It's going to be a hard chase, and it's a chase that is in vain. The ball wins the race. It's a stunning over for the Santon Swingers, really giving them a great boost to get themselves up close to that target. The deficit falls below 50, and they still have 3 overs to do it. They haven't hit a single accelerator zone as so far. As you know, there's accelerator zones, 6 of them around the field, and if you hit the ball into those areas, you get 10 runs instead of whatever boundary you have scored. So it's good batting. They move to 24 for no loss. Rather, they move to 22 for no loss. They need 51 to win. Just working on balancing the scoreboards between your broadcast and the scoreboard that we see on the stadium. It reads 22 for no loss. $51 runs to win. As you see, we have reconciled everything. Luke Jerling, he comes into the attack now. Had a decent outing with the bat, scoring 11 runs. Handy 11 runs. He starts off wide though. That's going to take the deficit to below 40 or below 50, now standing on 49 runs to win. It's a little bit short. Doesn't bounce on the batter. The batter just hits the bottom part of his wood. They're going to take a single. So Luke Jerling will want to bowl to his field. He's trying to do so here, but the ball just a little bit too short, and it's been pounced by Matthew Daniel. That's a good stroke, and it goes over the top for 6. Starting to have fans sitting on the open stands on the east, helping us bring the ball back. It was a crunching shot from Matthew Daniel. And Matthew Fletcher changing his helmet. He wants to put on a cap. It's getting hot out here now. He wants to bring on more of the heat. Luke Jerling has just been pounced over square leg for 6. And with the Joburg Sixes happening right now, there's still 2 other sports happening around us in the Wanderers precinct. We keep on saying the bowlers are bowling from either the call-it drive end or bowling from the golf course end. If they're bowling from the golf course end, behind the golf course end, there's an entire golf course, the Wanderers Golf Club. And when they're bowling from the call-it drive end, cross call-it drive, we have the Wanderers Club.
That's where we're having all of our activities for the Joburg Sixes in the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. This is where we're having our cricket. The golf club, that's where we're having our golf. And across Caller Drive in the Wanderers Club, that is where we are having our paddle. So make sure that you don't miss out. It's so much action happening starting from yesterday, today, building up to what will be an exciting conclusion tomorrow. An entire weekend for us to feast on sports activities, social activities, because once all those are done, we go and we have a good time with some musical acts, some awesome entertainment when the festival begins in the nighttime. The ball has been retrieved though. Luke Jerling pushes it down the leg side, hits the batter on the leg, and so it's signaled for a leg bye. It's the lengths that are so important here as well. If he drops it a little bit too short, it allows the batter time to just measure himself. But if it doesn't bounce it at all, is inviting even more damage. It doesn't bounce at that time, and that is the result. 6 runs. It was so close to going for 10 if it just goes in between the two flags. But it's 6 runs and the second of the over. Luke Jerling being hit in the same area twice for the 2 sixes. He's already gone for 16 in the over. Too short. That's the one we're talking about. Into the Telkom banners and over the east stands. What a massive blow from Matthew Fletcher. And look at that. He gets the reward. 10 runs because it goes over the accelerator zone. That is a big shot. It's deserving of being 10 runs from Matthew Fletcher. A whopping stroke. Takes the team to 48 runs. They just need 25 runs to win. The maximum here you can hit from one stroke is 10. This one is a really good area. Just over the top of that off stump. But Fletcher just drafts back onto that back foot, eases it to the backward point, and that's the 50 runs up now for the Santon Swingers. It's also that 50-run partnership between the two. They're batting really well here for the Swingers. It's a theme for the Santon Swingers, clearly. The first game versus Deal Dunn, chasing down 62. It was Andrew Kirkland and Andrew Emke who won the game. So it was an Andrew show. Neither of them losing their wickets upon scoring that 65 to win the game. And here they are, looking like they're going to win this one with 2 Matthews. Matthew Fletcher and Matthew Daniel. Neither of them losing their wickets either. And so they're doing fantastic jobs here. I wonder what the next pairing of names will be for the Santon Swingers in their next game. Matthew Langschmidt comes into the attack. He's been hit over the top though. The fielder must come across from the long off, and that will just be 2 runs. The Swingers easing themselves now into a victory. There's no need for them to rush into anything. 11 more balls to go with 21 runs on the board. He goes big. He goes over the top. The ball bounces once, nearly getting into the accelerator zones. It's going to count for 4. It's a good stroke from Matthew Daniel. He moves to 22 runs. It's a really good hit. The score is now 56. They just need 17. Oh, what a good catch. If that is going to count, it's not taken as a catch. The wicketkeeper asking for a review. An excellent grab, though, from behind the stumps. Throwing out that left hand. It sticks. He's been doing an awesome job behind the wickets. But no one's going to stop that. Not even a bird in the sky. The ball taken aerial. It's a maximum blow from Matthew Daniel, going for 6 runs. The over has already caused so much damage, gone for 12. Very good batting from the two Matthews here. 28 for, or 30 rather, for Matthew Fletcher. 24 for Matthew Daniel. 11 runs to win. 8 balls to go. Just 8 balls to go. The games come at you fast and they go at you fast. And that's how they were specifically designed. Langschmidt is being shown here that there's still some proper cricket within Matthew Daniel. Just a gentle push down to the long off. They take 2 boundaries. They're making it look too easy. They take 2 runs rather. It still looks too easy, regardless of the fact. Santon Swingers are just coming here and they are destroying whatever comes into their path. It's neat little batting from Daniel. Very neat. It's a joy to watch, really. The pressure is not that much anymore. There's 1 over left. 1 good blow into an accelerator zone will see the team score 10 runs from 1 shot and win the game. We saw that actually happen earlier. And it was Santon Swingers against Deal Done. They needed 8 runs in the last over. First ball came in, was driven through the covers, and it was over that for 10 runs, and the game was over. And the same situation beholds us now. 8 runs to win, with the final over going in to Santon Swingers versus the Electric Avenue team. Rowan has the ball. He'll be bowling to Matthew Daniel. Accelerator zones being protected on the long on. Another one at the square leg being protected as well. The fielder standing at the cover is hovering mid between the inner ring and the boundaries, not really committed to any place in this field. Maybe hoping that a mistimed shot will see itself carry into the air. And then one fielder standing at the long off. So, 8 runs to win, final over to go. The Santon Swingers will make it 2 victories in a row. And the thing is, it's not just them winning 2 games in a row. It's the style in which they've won these 2 games. It's just dominating the batting, the bowling lineup of the other team, completely taking them out of the game. They did concede 62 versus Deal Done. They conceded 10 more runs in this one, conceding 72. But clearly, they were named swingers for a reason. Even when they miss, you see the commitment through their swings. That one going behind the legs, though. It's going to be widened. 2 runs added to the score. Still 6 runs to win, with 6 balls remaining. Neat little touch from Matthew Fletcher. It was such an easy push, but it almost makes its way to the boundary. Such is the timing through his stroke. He moves to 29 now, with 4 runs to win. 4 more runs to win with 5 balls remaining. You can see field is coming a little bit closer now, trying to constrict the space that the batter can hit the ball, forcing him to hit the ball over them, with the chance of a catch coming around the corner. So let's see what's going to happen here. It's 4 runs to win. 3 fielders from mid-wickets down to square leg. Ball will be on the leg side. It's in the air, but that is going to clear the boundary, and that will end the game in style for the Santon Swingers. They needed 4 to win, but they went 1 more extra, and they took it over the top and win the game by a thumping 7 wickets. Two times in a row now, Santon Swingers have not lost a wicket. Firstly, it was the two Andrews versus Deal Done, with Andrew Kirkland and Andrew Emke winning the game for them. And now it's the two Matthews doing it for the Santon Swingers. Matthew Fletcher and Matthew Daniel taking it over the top. And what a way to finish their campaign for day number 1. We will see what they're going to bring for us tomorrow. What a show from the Santon Swingers, taking down Electric Avenue. And we get ready now for the next fixture. There's still 2 more to go. So much cricket here in the Joburg Sixes. And fear not, if you are too tired of hearing just me, Pendulo Makubane, speak in the next 2 games, I will have some company. Some company who will let you know exactly why we are having what we are having. What is it that we are watching, actually? Because I'm so some cricket purists are saying, what is this cricket that we are witnessing here? But it is electric, it is swinging, and it is amazing to watch when you sink your teeth into it. Pitch Vision bringing you this broadcast on our YouTube channel. We'll see you in 5 minutes for the next game of the Joburg Sixes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 5. We continue on with the Joburg Sixes being brought to you by Pitch Vision Sports live on YouTube. It's the 10th edition of the Joburg Sixes, starting all the way from Cape Town. Now it's made its way up north, and we are at the mother of cricket stadiums in South Africa, the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. I am your commentator, Pendulo Makubane, but I am not alone. We have a special guest next to us. The whole reason why this whole foundation and now this whole tournament and this whole initiative is alive. A man whom we saw in action earlier on, and he put in some performance. The leader of the house leading from the front. As we see the first ball start, it's going to go for 4. And the man who's going to tell us about it, Mr. Ryan Christian.
Thank you, my brother. How are you?
Oh, I've been having the most amazing of time here, just sucking in all of this cricket. The weather has come alive, and you showing us your awesome cricket experience. I was wondering, who's this guy just hitting the ball everywhere?
Oh, it was beautiful. You know, this is a dream come true for me. You know, I grew up in the Eastern Cape, and St. George's was obviously our equivalent of the bull ring. But growing up as a kid and playing cricket, you dream of playing in venues like this. You know, you really do. And so I've been like a kid in a candy store, or a kid in Christmas Eve. I came here yesterday as part of the setup, and I walked out this morning and I stood at the precipice of the field, and I couldn't actually believe it that I was stepping onto the Wanderers and going to play in the actual bull ring. And what an exciting moment. I mean, the nerves. You can't get a duck, Ryan. You can't get a duck.
And the thing is, even if, regardless of the level of the game it is, you just walk in here, the whole atmosphere just gets you. And you can't imagine now we're watching some young kids here, especially with the Outlaws.
Well, that's exactly it. It's precisely that. You hit the nail on the head. It's the experience that we try and give these kids. So just to give you a little bit more context, Hit Poverty for a Six is the arm of the Cape Town Sixes, and now the Joburg Sixes and the Plet Sixes, that is embedded in us. It's part of us. You know, it tries to bring experiences to kids from previously disadvantaged communities that never would have had these experiences before. You know, and what does it mean for someone like this? I mean, we watched the first game that these guys played, where the opening batsman hit 40 runs in the first over and retired. I mean, he's going to go home and he's going to dream about that tonight. You know, he's going to dream about the fact that he played here. When he walked off, people were applauding him. He was in the stands. The stands might not be full, but that doesn't matter. You're still in the bull ring. You're still in the Wanderers. You're still somewhere that it's such an iconic venue. And to be out there in the middle of that pitch and to be playing shots and just playing and fielding, it's a memory that will last with you forever, you know?
And, you know, the thing is, sometimes you sit at home and you're watching some of these things on the TV. You wonder to yourself if you ever going to get the chance to walk in and see some exquisite shots like these. And then you yourself, you get a chance to play here. And now all of these kids are getting a chance to play. But I'm just wondering, why choose this format? There's hundreds now. There is T20s, of course, but now you choose the Sixes format. Why that?
So it's interesting. The Sixes format was developed by Paul and Raj up in the UK. You know, Paul is part of the Barmy Army, and it's an amazing format actually. You know, when I come to grasp the full potential of it and what it actually does, because I think sadly cricket has started dying. You know, we know that we've got a massive battle on our hands with regards to Test cricket and how we're fighting for the survival of Test cricket. And then the introduction of T20 comes in. And then there's been stuff like the Shanghai Sixes and everything that's been really popular. And I think if I can sort of try and simplify it, if you look at a kid and a parent, and a kid's got a choice to make between either hockey or soccer or cricket or a summer sport, and for a mom or a dad to go and watch 4 hours of cricket on a Wednesday or 4 hours of cricket on a Saturday for a youngster who's potentially under 9 or under 10, it becomes a thing. You know, I was blessed that I had a mom who came and watched every single game and sat there on a deck chair or on a bench and watched and encouraged me playing. And I remember the feeling that I got from having a parent sitting there and watching, a parent who was into cricket. But sadly now with the new format and with the way that life has gone and with the trials and the tribulations and just our everyday experiences of what needs to happen in one day, to give 4 hours of your time to watch your kid is sometimes not possible. So I think this concept lends itself to a faster format, a format where a game is potentially over in an hour, a format where the boundary rope is brought in, a format where you don't have to be a power hitter to hit a massive six and to get the maximum runs. You could be a not such a struggling individual to get the ball in boundary. You could be a girl that struggles to hit the ball over the bridge. But with the right timing and the right precision and the right shot selection, you could get 10 runs. So now it opens itself up to a whole new format where, you're getting teams that can score 100 runs in 5 overs. And that's exactly what our Hit Poverty for a Side did. They were actually the first team to do it today against Body Scent. They hit 108 runs or 5 overs, which was incredible,
You know what I'm enjoying the most? What I'm enjoying the most is the ingenuity of the teams and how they're using the fields, because now you have these 6 accelerators, or you spoke about one stroke getting you 10 runs, and we've seen a few of those. Special first one that was hit, actually.
It was an honor and a privilege to actually hit the first 10 in South Africa. There's a memory that I'll hold on to me over here. It'll cut down to the boundary for 10. I actually celebrated before it went over. I think it was a misfield. I was a little bit premature there, but yes, exactly. So it lends itself to this, So it lends itself to the fact that you can actually you can get a high scoring game.
But what I find interesting is that there's 6 of them, right? But then realistically you have a maximum of 4 fielders.
Correct.
So really you can't cover all of the zones, and then you just get this weird chess game that happens in between the game. Let's speak about that.
So I think that's also something that will be developed in time as captains and as teams become more aware of these zones. Today, if I take myself back to the last ball of our innings, or the second last ball of our innings that we played, they needed 4 runs to win. And we had fielders protecting on the leg side, where I should have brought those fielders all the way across, in my head now, and just protected the offside and had them, protect all the zones on the offside and told the bowler to bowl on the offside. So I think as the game develops, as the school cricket starts going, as the coaches start getting more familiar with this format, so too they'll start encouraging their captains to start thinking about the zones, thinking about the balls that are bowled and how you can protect it. There's definitely another level to it. I'm 51 years old at the moment.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm a keeper, but I feel for the guys that are in the field, because you've got a lot of running, so it's a fitness thing out there as well. You've got to be super fit to play this level of the game. And I think as the game develops and as we become more sort of confident on the zones and how to protect them, it's going to be a very interesting format.
I genuinely think so too, as someone who really loves the game and loves breaking it down to an analytical level. But the reality of the situation is that not everyone is like that, and some people want to take the game for what it is, and they don't see the potential or the value of all of these innovations. And so in the beginning of this journey, starting the Hit Poverty for a Six, I'm sure, how was the reception of your idea, and how did you keep going? Because it's not an easy one to sell.
No, so we started, the Sixes started with 8 players out in the field and 6 overs, so 2 players didn't bowl. You got more players playing. And the format there that we adapted was more from a corporate level to be more inclusive of more players, more people. At a tournament like this, you want the numbers. So if you've got 8 on the field, you've got 10 players in the dugout. You get to 8 or 10 teams. It's a nice amount of players to have. In Cape Town, we've grown up to sort of 100 teams playing across paddle and rugby and cricket. Yeah, so that's where we were at the. And then sort of, unfortunately, then COVID happened and sports died, and now we're picking things up again. But I think what's going to happen with this particular format, and why I think that this format is an absolute winner, is that a game like this or a tournament like this, you're not limited to 8 teams. So when we played Sixes prior to this, you were limited to 8 teams, and 8 teams was a winning formula for a day or 2 days, because you had your knockouts and your round robins. At a 1 hour game, you could have 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 teams over 2 days, playing and knocking it out. So it opens it up to a lot more teams playing, a lot faster, and a lot more exciting things. I've seen some diving catches. I've seen some guys really put their bodies on the line to stop these accelerator zones, So I'm very excited about what this holds. And I think the next step is going to be, after we've launched this and put this across to the media, is to then start looking at it from a development point, How do we get this into schools? How do we get this at grassroots levels, coaches and schools encouraging kids to play this sort of format?
Actually touch on a point where I wanted us to drift on, because it sounds like an initiative that goes beyond the cricket field. So just want to find out from the hit Poverty for a Six perspective, what are the things that you do outside and beyond the cricket field?
Sure, that's great. Thank you for asking that question. Well, what we try and do is we try and identify talent. So if you look already, we've got our opening batsman who knocked up the 44. So he's on my radar now. I've had a chat with his coach to understand where he's at, what he's playing, what he's doing, and the hope is that someone like that doesn't get lost in the system. Because sadly. And I was fortunate enough to go to a school in Grahamstown where it was part of the selective. I believe there's certain schools that are still, prone to being players that are selected from those schools, just due to the name of the school. And some players that slip through the cracks because they are from schools that just aren't on the radar of selectors. So how do we take a young man like that and accept and acknowledge that he's got a God-given talent to hit a cricket ball, And then how do we nurture him? How do we take the next steps now and find him a private coaching clinic? How do we bring him potentially here to the Wanderers, to the indoor centre, and get him some coaching? It's a double-edged sword as well, I must say, because we have found talent before where we've really found kids that have excelled, and we've taken them out of their environment and put them into schools, into a boarding school where they've got a bursary or something like that. And then sadly, it's not the right approach, because you're taking someone out of their current environment and you're putting them, and you're hoping that they'll continue to excel. And it's not. It's a big humbling lesson that you can't come in riding on a white horse and try and pluck someone and give them a better platform. But all you can do is you can nurture, you can definitely shine a spotlight, and you can definitely start encouraging this person to say, look, you have got something. How do we take it further? And that's, I think, our primary goal, is just to acknowledge that there are kids out there that haven't been noticed and are exceptionally talented. How do we find those kids? How do we nurture them? How do we bring them into coaching clinics? And how do we sort of find the budget and the funds to take them further?
And it speaks to why this stream itself has commentary, to try and bring some more eyes into it and increase its entertainment value as well.
Exactly. So from this, I mean, if you just look at this is the team over here that we've brought in. These young lads over here have come in. They haven't paid an entry fee. They've got their complimentary drinks and their lunch, what they've had up in the VIP section. So their experience of today and tomorrow is going to be just, something completely special. And if we can identify one or two players and speak to the coaches and say, right, what are the next steps that we can take? I really believe it's a life-changing situation, that you could really take someone out of this situation, and because they're hitting a six, consistently hitting a six, you could hit probably for a six. 100%. Let's also face it, the game has changed. The game has changed, and I mean, I grew up as I was classed as the slugger. Come in and try and win the game at the end, or try and hit the winning runs and just you hit a six. It was never sort of looked at as someone, okay, well, you've got an unorthodox style, but you can hit a six. And now the game has developed into that. Now the players that can hit sixes are making exceptional amounts of money in the IPL and the T20 and everywhere else, So that's where the term hit poverty for a six came from, How do we find someone that's consistently hitting sixes, pluck them out and say, maybe this is the next Rohit Sharma, or maybe this is the next Lance Klusener, or this is the next Herschel Gibbs,
You know what I love most about what you're talking about? You're focusing so much on the future of what the game is going to bring, and so much of the talent that is going to be unearthed through this program, and so much of the talent that has been unearthed. But I was watching some videos some couple of years ago, and I saw a certain White Lightning doing his thing for a Cape Town Sixes tournament. A whole Alan Donald, one of the greatest bowlers of all time, And you also mentioned some names of air. Let's speak about these legends that you've been able to bring into the tournament as well.
So I think that's been one of the highlights for me, as a cricketer. I played cricket at school and then left, and I was fortunate enough. I played in the UK, I played overseas in Australia and in New Zealand, and then I came back, and when I joined the Sixes and we started Hit Poverty for a Six, it is without a doubt one of the highlights. Walking onto the pitch and keeping to Alan Donald, who's bowling from the other end, having the privilege of opening the batting with JP Germany or with John T. Rhodes, and just the passion that these guys have, that they give their time and their energy to a project like this. And then there's this camaraderie where they come together as old friends to come and play again, and they know it's for a good cause. And that hopefully will inspire some of the young guys. I know that with the young guys now, we now move into a new sort of phase of who are our new legends that they can, respond to. And there's definitely a call for action now to the younger, the retired legends that have just sort of ended now. Even from a rugby legend point, we do the rugby legends versus the cricket legends. I mean, there are a lot of rugby players that can play cricket, And I think just bringing them to a tournament like this, or bringing them to a fixture like this, and letting them inspire the youth by having a social game like this is just, for us, it's very special.
I was actually shocked by their skill, because I was commentating at a game in Supersport Park where the Bulls legends were playing against the Titans legends.
Right.
And I'm like, hey man, these guys can actually wield a bat.
Exactly.
So when are we going to see rugby coming up to Johannesburg?
Yes, exactly. So there's a rugby field right down next to us, okay?
Exactly why.
And I think the big call is to places like the Wanderers, because the Wanderers lends itself as a perfect venue for us. We've got paddle happening tomorrow. You've got the football next door, so you can do your six-a-side or five-a-side football. And then you've got a rugby field right next door to us, where we would encourage our rugby sevens, to do a sevens tournament. But everything comes at a cost, If I just told you the numbers of what it costs to put the lights on, or what it costs to use the rugby field, or what it costs to... And this is where we look at our corporate sponsorship and we say, how do you own rugby? How do you bring 24 rugby teams down, and how do we change so that we play sevens rugby? So if we could do fives football, so we got four paddles, right? 4 paddles, fives football, 6 cricket, and sevens rugby. That's the vision that I have, and where we want to take this forward. And so if there's a sponsor out there listening and their touch point is football, come on. Let's get the football going. If paddle is your thing, support us. We've got over 60 players already playing tomorrow. If cricket is your thing, let's increase these numbers. Let's keep the lights on for longer. And then to the rugby community, how do we get women's sevens? Because that's what I'd like to focus on, is women's sevens playing right next door to us here. We will all come and have a party afterwards. We'll take it from there.
It's genuinely an amazing precinct that you guys chose. Not because I love the Pool Ring and the Wanderers Stadium, but because it has all of these different avenues. But I'm interested in these teams that were accumulated for this tournament. 6 of them, we've spoken about the Outlaws. These are the boys that you've seen from grassroots levels and developmental areas where you can put the spotlight onto them. And look, they have the team on 52 for 4. It's very good bowling from them, so big ups.
Amazing.
Let's speak about the other teams now. I see Biosent, the team that Bodysent, the team that you guys play for. One of the main sponsors of the tournament as well. Other teams, let's speak about how they bring about and the exposure to the tournament.
So from that aspect, it's it's the corporates that would potentially fund something like this by them getting involved, and there's the opportunity for them to not only have a tent on the side of the field where they have their team and the rest of things, but there's a hospitality suite upstairs that they bring to the party, and so it becomes a day out or a weekend out. And it's because of the teams like Bodysent, and it's because of the other playing teams, that we are able to bring a team like the Outlaws, into the actual competition.
I'm seeing this as such a wonderful team building occasion, because you can see that the level of cricket, some guys are really good, like our current bowler right now, Sinos, is pretty lightning. But many of the guys are out here for a social day, And so I kind of feel like this would be a good outing where if some guys can't play the cricket, they can do the paddle. And that's where we get the people who are good at football and good at rugby to try and build a team building situation here using the Sixes.
Exactly. And then let's not forget that this all started yesterday with the golf. So we do golf at the Wanderers. So the actual format at the moment is, oh, look at that, amazing.
He got him.
Still got him.
He got him, 100%.
He still got him after that. Look at that. A misfield and a stumping. And the talent is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
You know. And so getting back to the format, we've got golf at the moment, which kicks off the tournament. And so we focus at the moment on golf and cricket and paddle. And to grow it in this precinct would be taking it to the next step, where we would have football and we would have rugby, you know. There's hockey as well, of course, next door. And so we've got the same setup in Cape Town, where we use the Western Province Cricket Club there. And the same thing there, we've got paddle, there's a potential of tennis, there's bowls, there's golf, there's hockey, and there are rugby fields there as well. And so that's the dream, really. You know, the dream is to have the biggest amateur sporting event in the world. And through it to find talented cricketers from previously disadvantaged communities, or talented golfers, or talented football players, or talented hockey players, talented paddle players, and just shine a spotlight on them.
Look, Mr. Ryan Christian, I love everything about this. Coming here today, I didn't know what to expect. We've completed an entire innings just talking about the wonderful work that this initiative of yours has brought about. We spoke about the Outlaws. Look, they've scored the highest runs in the tournament, and now they've restricted the team to the lowest amount in the tournament, 53 for 3.
Amazing. And you know, this is not something, it's not like it's surprising for me. If you go back to our last tournament in Cape Town, we had this amazing team from Gugulethu who played in the social league, and the youngest player was 14 years old, playing against men in a social league under the same format, and they won the tournament. You know, not the first year, they've defended their title, they won it twice. So for me to see development cricket come through and shine and pick up trophies at our event, the first time around it was a wow factor. It was like, wow, we're doing something special. You know, we're doing something, we're on the right track. Then when it happens consistently year after year, you're like, guys, we're on to something here. We've just got to, you know, and how do you, we've got 2 other fields behind us, as you know, at the actual clubhouse. So we could lend ourselves to a Hit Poverty for a Six league next door. If we found the sponsorship to sponsor 8 potential teams, they could play in their own league on the field over there, and then we could host the finals over here. You know, so you've got this amazing canvas, I think, to work with, you know, and I'm really excited about this format because the format allows us to shorten the games. The format allows us to introduce people to these accelerator zones where teams can get over 100, you know, and start thinking smartly. And I think with this new format of C6s and the way that we work with our partners and move forward, it's a very exciting chapter for cricket in South Africa.
Let's close it off, Mr. Christian. How do people get a hold of your organization in all the platforms that you have?
Fantastic. Thanks for asking that. I think, you know, first and foremost, we've got our website. Our website is the Sixes Festival. And so if you just go on to the Sixes Festival, you'll be able to get hold of us through that. I personally am responsible for the Hit Poverty for a Six section on that. So there's a contact us section on there that you can just drop us a mail and say, I'm a corporate, I love what I've heard, and I want to sponsor a league for Hit Poverty for a Six, you know. And it's not going to break the bank, you know. But what it does do is it pays for the transport for the kids to come down. It pays for their meal and their liquid during the course of the day. It gives you branding opportunities, and it allows these kids, most importantly, the experience that they take away with them. You know, and I've got this thing that I've kind of kept as a sort of catchphrase, and that's that the experience will last long after the last ball is done, right? I know for a fact that if I'm going to go to bed dreaming about my innings at Wanderers today and coming back tomorrow wanting to hit, you know, potentially 40, and these kids out here today are going to go away with that same experience, you know, and the exhibition game is going to be under lights. That's going to be fantastic tomorrow night, and a lot of these kids in the team are going to be playing in my team.
So, websites, we've heard that. social media, that's where most of the kids are. That's where most of everything is. Which platforms can we find you in, and on what username?
We have got, if you just go to Facebook and you go Sixes Festival, and also on Instagram, we're there on both platforms, and you can check us out. And then it's hashtag Hit Poverty for a Six, which is just the actual letters. Okay, so that's
hashtag HPFAS.
That's it.
That's the one.
That's it. That's where you want to. That's where you want to go onto Facebook and type in the Sixes Festival, and then type in Hit Poverty for a Six, or just Hit Poverty for a Six and my name, Ryan Christian. A whole lot of articles will come up, and get in touch. You know, I'll drop my number on this line right now as well, which is 083-759-2829. That's 083-759-2829. Give me a call if you're listening to this and you're inspired and you want to help or you want to get involved. We welcome any contribution.
Mr. Ryan Christian, the founder of the Sixes Festival, started down in Cape Town. It's found its way up into Johannesburg. It's going to go all around. We're going to take 1 minute of a break because this conversation has been so much. We're going to come back to this game. 54 runs to win for the Outlaws. It's so much information, so much amazing stuff. Please get involved. It's an amazing initiative that we are holding here with the Sixes Festival. Mr. Ryan Christian, you can go to Pitch Vision Sports to watch his amazing innings of 33 for 13 and his wicket-keeping exploits on the Sixes tournament. We'll be back in a minute. Okay, we come back. Nope. This is Mashudu Kangala. He batted beautifully in the first game. He's starting off with a flyer, and I'm still with Mr. Ryan Christian.
So just a little bit of information here on the way it works is we swap the batting order around. So if you open the batting potentially in the first game, you can't open the batting in the second game, which is great, you know, because it opens itself up to everybody in the team batting, so it makes it more inclusive. And yes, the bowlers is the same thing. If you bowled and open the bowling, you will have to bowl 5.
He couldn't continue batting after 40, right?
So it's all about giving everybody a chance. I think that's it. You know, so many times, and the reason that I think cricketers stop playing at a certain level is if you are a bowler. Oh, what a beautiful shot! If you're a bowler, you're coming in at what, 7, 8, or 9, right, or 10 or 11, and in a normal format of the game, the batting order doesn't change. So you are never going to bat. Your parents are going to come and watch you play as a junior, and you're going to net bat, and then you're going to go and bowl, and slowly but surely you're going to get disheartened with the actual game. And with this format, we change the order, so everybody gets a turn.
Now we're seeing the exploits of Tepeso Sinosi. What a good shot. He just danced down the track and he took it away. And he's the ones who didn't bat in that first game.
So this is, again, speaking, you know, true to the testament of what kind of talent we're looking at here. It's incredible to watch, absolutely incredible to watch. The bowler's coming in. Oh, a little tap. Smart cricket being played there.
Still need to employ some good cricket strategy. You see the end of the first over, they need 37 to win.
Yeah, I think, bat onto ball. It's an old saying. You know, you got to hit it to make the runs. And if you just tap it, or you get some sort of bat on it, even if you block it, there's a run. So it's definitely something that I'm very excited about, because as I watch every ball, especially from this beautiful bird's eye view at the Wanderers, you realize where the run scoring opportunities are, don't you? And you can really see, right, there's 2 there, there's 4 there, there's 2 there, and if you just get all the 2s and a couple of accelerator shots, you're going to be in with a chance.
Everyone is in front of the square. So gives room for the batter to try and get behind square.
100%. There's a late cut here coming. You know, the bowler puts it outside the off stump. There's a late cut coming where you can guide it down to the accelerator zone on the side over here. You really just have to. It's all about the timing. Look at that. Exactly what we spoke about. Unfortunately, he's caught, but he had the right idea there. He saw the zone was open and he went for it, and I think that's what's going to happen more and more. You know, you are. Am I seeing that correctly? As a keeper got gloves on.
100%. That's very true. Wicket keeper. He's one of those.
Oh, he has.
Interesting ingenuity, creative wicket keeper. We'll see about in a couple of balls, because that was actually first wicket downs. You know, it's that ingenuity, it's that creativity we're speaking about. You want to see players do something different to try and score those runs. Unfortunately, just not coming to life there, hitting the gloves. It's a good take by the keeper.
100%.
The new batter coming in now. The Jazz lead 37 runs to go. So easy. Pawns out, he's the one who scored the 40. He comes in now. Dropped in that first ball. Then he just came in afterwards.
It's a wide. That's right. 2 runs for the wide, and if you're the last man out, it's a last man standing rule, so you will continue batting.
Understand exactly what's going on, and if not, it's still exciting enough to keep your eyes on it.
100%. Oh, that's
You look at that. You look at that big blow. It's over the top. People have turned their heads. They're sitting, sipping their drinks, but they even had to watch where the cracking shot came from.
just missing that accelerator zone by a mere 2 meters.
You have the power, sure. Do you have the placement as well to hit it into those zones?
And here's the big question. If you're looking at this now, you've got 20 run. You're defending 21 runs. Let me correct myself. You're now in the 20s, in the lower 20s. Do you need to protect that accelerator zone? Behind you on the leg side there. If your bowler's just bowling on the off, you could utilize that fielder and move him more into the off. And I think this is what will happen with captains as they sort of grow more accustomed to these zones and where they are. Oh, that's unlucky.
Sometimes in the cricket world, just the momentum of the ball follows you wherever you go, and that is the perfect example of that. Gonzala is carrying on from where he's left.
100%. And that would have been an easy stop in a normal game. We stopped that, got it into the field. Unfortunately, it goes for 4. No, it's simply 4. There's that placing shot that we spoke about. Unfortunately, it doesn't have enough power on it, but heading for that accelerator zone. Potentially, yes, that's exactly where he is.
at the Wanderers Stadium. You can see why, especially now, the team is going to be exposed to a level at which they have to play. It seems like everyone is just adjusting.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You've got potential finalists over here, but tomorrow's a long day.
How will tomorrow play out? When does it start? And how will everything go?
So all teams play. We did a late start today because, next year will obviously be a lot different because next year Friday will be the public holiday. So we'll start earlier. We started a little bit later today because there were teams that were still working and needed to get off work. So we started at 11 with those that we could, and we're going to end the cricket at 5, and the music's going to start. And Abbey New Rock's playing a little bit later, and there's some live music happening. So if you are listening to this or you want to come down and have a party, please join us. And then tomorrow we kick off with the cricket again at 9 o'clock, and it's a full fixture all the way through until 6 o'clock. And then at 6 o'clock we have got the hits probably for a 6 exhibition match, followed by the actual final.
You're going to see shots like that.
See shots like that, and the most exciting thing about tomorrow is we play the exhibition game and the final under lights here at the Wanderers.
That is certainly going to be a sight to see with only 11 runs to go now in this particular game. Ashuru Kamada, just a thick outside edge. The third man is no longer there. It's going to be a huge task for the McElroy versus Brown. It's going to be overthrows if they are aware.
And just talking about overthrows there, it's very interesting because if you do an overthrow and it goes through the accelerator zone, it's 10 runs as well, of course, plus whatever you've run.
You're not forgiving with these conditions, aren't you?
It's going to teach some discipline. Hold it, don't throw it away, be accurate.
And that's actually another layer that I saw tactically. Your run-outs need to be so measured because where you normally have a battlefield that there's vacant space, it could potentially go into an accelerator.
Exactly. I think what it also does, look at that precision off the back foot, beautifully placed and played for another 6. This kid has got such talent. I think what it also does, the excitement of the game, is that a high scoring over in the last over, the game is not won. So if you need 32 in the last over, you can get it. You need 42 in the last over, you can get, you can get it. We saw it happening in the first over of the game. Why can't it happen in the last over of the game? And that, I think, is what's so exciting about this format, is the game is never going to be over until the last ball's bowled.
This might potentially be the last ball if it's played well enough. 3 runs to win. Oh, it's just 2 runs to win.
Smart cricket. Just dropping the hands there and playing a soft shot. They know they've got it in the bag now. There's no need to keep her running strategically up to the bowler and giving him some advice with just under 2 overs left and 2 runs to win. I wonder what he said to him there.
I hope it's not bowling extra.
I think next year we'll have some stump mics on and we can hear the banter. I certainly was giving it to the batsmen, as I always do, trying to put them off in the middle of their batting.
It's very nice because for you guys who are the older generation, there are absolutely no filters.
The guys are having some fun. They've brought in the slips. There's no one on the leg side.
2 runs to win.
Defensive stroke. I tell you, a caught behind in second slip now would be fantastic.
We speak about that.
This is what we are talking about. Hit over the top.
Is he ended in the acceleration zone? No.
That
just
is
fast.
the end.
Congratulations. 2 from 2. They've walked it.
It's superb. This is just made look too easy from scoring the most runs, and now they've restricted them to the lowest score.
Fantastic. It puts a big smile on my face, when you bring a development team into a competition like this and they start dominating like this, it really does put a smile on my face.
Oh, and that is the end of game
Number 5, it is the Outlaws who make it 2 wins in 2. And listen, if you've watched this entire game, you've heard everything about the Sixers tournament from the founder of the tournament and one of the stars of the tournament, clearly from how he played earlier on, Mr. Ryan Christian. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure. Lovely to be here.
Welcome to the sixth and final game of the day. What a long day of cricket. What an exciting day of cricket with the Joburg Sixes coming to you live on the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. It's been an absolute joy. The Global Jets playing deal done. The Global Jets currently batting first. And in the game before this, the Outlaws were playing the Electric Avenue. And in that game, we were joined by the founder of the Bodyscent Joburg Sixes, Mr. Ryan Christian, who was playing for Bodyscent and scored the most runs in their first game versus the current team batting now, Global Jets, scoring 33 from 13, telling us the history of the Cape Town Sixes, which then has now grown to the Joburg Sixes. The troubles faced during COVID, scaling the tournament back, and now steadily rising back to what it used to be. And it's growing to what it ought to be, one of the biggest amateur sports events in the world. So we thank Mr. Ryan Christian and his vision for bringing all of this to life, and all of the sponsors who are making this come to life: the Wanderers Club, Bodyscent, Norse, 947, etc. Such a wonderful spectacle. Even the teams who are taking part in it, quite a spectacle. The cricket that we're watching, gets you properly punished if you do not get your areas right. That will be wide, and the wide will count for 2 runs. The bowler must bowl it again. As Christian was talking about, hey, we are punishing ill discipline here. You need to be on the money. And we just saw the case with that. Ball being too wide. That's where he wanted it to be. So they go for 1. And it's going to end the first over. 14 runs in it. Vanikar currently batting with Nantis Griffin. And they are setting the score here, are the Global Jets. They won their first game in a very surprising comeback versus Bodyscent. Bodyscent had them breathing through the chains. But they were able to break loose ever so slowly and then ever so rapidly in the final 2 overs of their innings, did Global Jets. And they eventually won that game by 3 wickets versus Bodyscent. So their batting goes pretty deep as they won the game with a ball to spare. But gifts are being given here by Deal Done, giving away some saucy extras, and these extras count for 2 runs, juxtaposed to the 1 that they normally do in the normal conditions of play. And just like the normal conditions of play, there is reward to you bowling regulatory areas and regulatory pace lines and lengths. Just like that, missing for a wild swing was Nantis Griffith. Good connection with the ball, tossed and not pitched. Dangerously so, says the umpires, as it was above the waist, and so it's a no ball given by the bowler. Ooh, come on, Khadebe. 3 runs coming the way to the Global Jets, and it's going to be a free hit as well. Where are they going to take this? It's wide, 2 runs more added, and it's still a free hit to Vanikar. Good speed being released by Khadebe. Not the best of accuracy so far. He's only bowled 1 ball in the over. And it's a good connection from Griffin, but straight to the man at the long off boundary who is guarding those accelerator zones. They are a true innovation in the game. 6 of them around the field, strategically placed. And there's only 4 outfielders out in the Sixes tournament, so there's always 2 there's always 2 accelerator zones opened, and that time guarding the accelerator zone leaves the long on boundary opened. And that's where the ball goes, and goes for 4 runs. Good hit from Nantes Griffin. Just slapping it with the Hunters' horizontal face off the bat. And straight back the bowler it goes. The long off fielder being a bit square. This time strips down the legs. That is not going to be stopped. It's a wonderful deck out here at the Wanderers Stadium, and it's going to roll away for 4 byes, signaled by the umpire's shadow, as you can see on your screen. Good stuff. Trying to go into the attack here on the batting side, because you have to offer a shot in order for you to get those leg byes. So they're trying to go into the attack here. Just missed it. So bowler missed the stumps as well. Now he's getting properly attacked. Dancing down the track, Nantes Griffin. He plays the kind of cut shot you'd see from the late Phil Hughes, where the flurry of the shot swings the arms back around for a full rotation of the stroke. Wonderful shot from Nantes Griffin. 4 more runs added to the total, just missing the accelerator zone. He's gone for quite a bit here. He's gone for quite a bit. As Khatebe. 1 more ball to go. Removes the pace, and it's slapped straight to that man at the long off, and it's going to be a single. Ending over number 2. Can you believe it? 35 runs have been accumulated. 35. And there's still 3 more overs to go. The scheduled final day, or the scheduled final game of the day. We've seen 5 so far. Such is the format that the game is done with an hour. Everyone gets some action to play. If you're a bowler, you will bowl. If you are not a bowler and you're a fielder, you will bowl. And the chances are, if you're a little bit loose, or your batters at the top are a little bit loose, or they are too aggressive and too attacking and get to 40, you can still get a chance to bat. So it's an opportunity-based style of formats, which also brings a lot of entertainment. The body sent Joburg Sixes happening again tomorrow. Gonna see cricket from 9 in the morning till 10 in the evening. What? Change of bowler. We start the 3rd. Barely a follow through, if any at all. Ball hit to the long on for a single. Setting the total here. They're under no scoreboard pressure, our global Jets. But fuel must be steady. And fuel must jet them far to the 70s and 80s. No pace behind the ball. So they are going to need to put in the power through their strokes. It's a neat little ploy. It's a very good ploy on a surface which is relatively quick here at the Wanderers Stadium today. The sun baking on it, so it's going to dry up a little bit come tomorrow. It has slowed down just ever so slightly. But it's still playing so good. The pace is still good on it. The bounce is still juicy. The outfield is still crisp. And so they get 2 runs even if the shot was mistimed. Slapped back. No one's going to stop that. He waited for ages, grew a couple of strands of beards before the ball reached him, and he smashes it back for 4 and reverses the ages of time. 43 for no loss now. 43 for no loss. We've seen 16 deliveries bowled, 2 more remaining in this over. See how hard it is to actually get the ball out onto the boundary. It just speaks to how good the previous shot was. That was hit for 4 straight down the ground. Still having some technical issues with our scoreboard. It will be coming to you, so we're just updating you ball by ball. 44 for no loss. Will grow to much more runs. Not there. Not there. That's not where you want to miss field. He just lost the ball under the sun because the ball was staring directly at him, and the misfield pushes the ball over to 4 runs, but at the accelerator zone. So that is going to be 10 added to the score. It jumps to 54. 54 for no loss after 3 overs. Van Niekerk and Nantes Griffin are taking it on here for the Global Jets. 54 for no loss after 3 overs. Nantes Griffin on 20, Van Niekerk on 17. So the extras have just been piling on from Deal Done. That has been the 3rd batter for the team. They've contributed 17 runs worth of extras. It's quite a sizable number when you only have 5 overs to bowl. However, we continue here. 54 for no loss after 3. Starting pushing the ball wide. It's a good start here. Simo Potelwa. He has the ball. Hard work from our producers, but we win as we see the scoreboard back intact. Slower delivery from Potelwa, but it's been crunched through the accelerator zone by Rudy Potgieter. It's going to be 4 runs, but because it went through the accelerator zone, it's going to be 10. Useful runs. We saw 10 in the previous over. Here comes 10 now. Happy days for the Global Jets. The acceleration is starting to grow some legs and shifting gears. They move to 64 for no loss. And so with Potelwa's areas being outside the off stump, they reinforce the offside. So we have a 3-1 field. One fielder guarding the 3rd man accelerator zone, the other guarding the cover accelerator zone, and the other the long off accelerator zone. And in all the space that he can find, he hits it straight to the man at the cow corner for a single. And because they're employing a 3-1 field, any squarer, there's no man who is from the deep mid wickets all the way round to the wicket keeper. And so it forces the bowler to push the ball wide. It's good bowling here. After being hit for 6, it's awesome recovery. The music in the background, backing him up. Walking across, crunching it over the top. Superb shot. It does go through the accelerator zone. Even though there was a fielder there, they do not count because he hit it over the top. And the umpire does reverse his decision. It is 6 runs because the ball was just slightly millimeters to the right of the accelerator zone. So close. So it's going to count as 6 runs for Rudy Potgieter. It's still a good hit to take it over the man standing at the long off. So they move to 71 runs. Very useful runs. Once you get into the 70s in these sixes, you are in decent enough territory to work on defending your score. But currently on 71 with 7 balls to go. 100 potentially on the cards here for the Global Jets, especially if they keep on hitting the accelerator zones as they are So close in the previous ball that went for 6. Dancing down the track. Third man called into action. Third man is not there because the ball bounces directly between the third man and the deep cover. That's going to end the over. A very productive one. Very productive indeed. It goes for 17 runs. It ends the over. One more to go. 72 for no loss. This is the final over of the final match of the day, rather. Paddle starts tomorrow in the Body Cent Joburg Sixes. Across Caller Drive from the stadium at the Wanderers Club. That's where the paddle will be happening. It could have been 5-a-side football. Could have been 7-a-side rugby. But that is what the Joburg Sixes tournament is growing towards. 10 years running. And some of those interrupted by COVID. Now it's found its way to the biggest stadium in the country. 72 for no loss in the final over. Ball smacked over the bowler. That's going to be 4 more runs. That's a good start to the final over. They move to 76. Just 24 away from that 100. Yapi Mafura given a good one over the top of his head. Neither the long on nor the long off had any chance of trying to stop that. Back to a 2-2 field. One at deep mid-wicket, one at the long on. On the off side, one is at the long off and the other at the deep cover. Hoiks it across the line. It was on target for the accelerator zone, but it's just going to go for 1. Coming into an end, they 100% want to go at this. It's a full toss. No one's going to cover that. 4 runs straight over the top. This is excellent batting from Nantes Griffin. He moves to 35 from 16 deliveries. They are on 81 with 3 more balls to go. A couple of 10s here takes them to triple figures. The only 2 that are unguarded are fine leg and third man. That's going to be cut down to 1. Hit straight to the man at the long off with 2 balls remaining now in the innings. Yapi Mafura has only gone for 10 runs in the over. What an interesting stance here from Rudy Potgieter. Swings it across the line. It's going to land safely between the man standing at deep square leg and the man at deep mid wickets. And they're going to come back for 2 safely. It was a close one. They ran hard. They ran real hard. But they make ground. And so the 100 goes away from their reach, but 84 is still respectable. How are they going to close it off? Final ball. A little pause does not stop the punishment coming from the bats of Rudy Potgieter. He goes down on one knee and smashes it over the top for 6. And that is how they bring the end to the innings. The Global Jets with a thunderous stroke. 90 runs put on the board for their 5 overs. And it's a mighty target that Deal Done must come back and get. They only achieved 62 for the loss of 3 in their first game versus the Santon Swingers when they batted first. Maybe, just maybe, fortune will smile at them differently as they're now batting second. Can they reach these 91 runs? Let's wait in 5 minutes. We're going to get our response as they, Deal Done, will be chasing down Global Jets 90 runs to win. Here we go. The final innings of the day. And what a successful day it has been here at the BIOS Body Scent Joburg Sixes. Starting off early in the morning with Global Jets playing against Body Scent. Was an exciting game that went down to the second last delivery of the match. Global Jets winning that game, chasing down 69 and winning it by 3 wickets with 7 wickets per side. And so we start with Global Jets chasing or defending 91 runs. Deal done. Need to score 91 in order for them to bring back the game. They had lost earlier to the undefeated Santon Swingers. And can Global Jets end today also being undefeated? It's a good score that they set for themselves. 90 to defend. The two Khadebes. They are out there batting. And they show why they are out there batting. Ball slapped straight back over the bowler. Into the long on boundary for 4. The chase begins in earnest now for Deal Done as they move to 6 for no loss. Tamekhatebe hitting that straight back to where he found the boundary. Luke Gunter, he's opening up here for the Global Jets. They now need 85 runs to win with that target of 91 staring in their face. Happy to hoik it onto the leg side is Tamekhatebe. He's gotten a couple of runs down there. It's 8 on the board for him. This time it's up in the air and over the stands. A proper blast from Siakhadebe. A good hit. Takes it over the top. And that's 6 runs. Here's our signal from people who have a better vantage view. That ball might be out of the stadium. Look at that tiny figure. He was able to nail the meat of the bat and take the ball over the yoga bar, over the palisades, and into the flats that's around the Wanderers Stadium. One of the neighbors will wake up with a souvenir, or they'll return to work and find a very nice gift for themselves. A pink cricket ball, courtesy of Tamekhatebe. One more ball to go. 14 for no loss. Oh, got him! Luke Gunter gets his man. Tamekhatebe going for another haymaker, but he meets his maker. The leg stump has been ripped out of the ground. That's wicket number 1 for Global Jets. Not mad at the idea of trying to go for it. The ball looked like it was there. It seemed like it was in the arc, but the movement of it just trailed back into the right-hander after it pitched. It was full enough to breach the gap between the bat and the pad, and that's wicket number 1. Good stuff from Luke Gunter. Gets the breakthrough that his team needs, and it's still done for Tamekhatebe, who goes for 13 after 4. Even if the game is just 5 overs long, you still want strong partnerships. You still want 2 guys who are just going to battle it out and grit it out. The teams that have been winning have been putting in some stellar performances with, if not a strong partnership, a sequence of 20s, 30s partnerships where two players are able to anchor the innings and all the players around them. So still proper cricket strategy that needs to be implemented here. Loss of wicket number 1 brings in Dale September, batting at number 3. Tamekhatebe losing his wicket for 13, but in the first game it was Siya Khatebe who did the work, scoring 16 from his 9 deliveries. Keegan Jordan might be coming up next for Deal Done. Currently, September. He's the new man in, but Siya Khatebe currently on strike. See, the ball is a little bit wide from him. Beat Smith starting off. They have 77 runs to play with here, Global Jets. Deal Done need to bat at 20 runs to the over. What a task. See, and it's that pressure that's just making them make these faulty decisions. It's a loss of head for Siya Khatebe. He completely loses his head. He forgets that he needs to get back into the crease. Sharpness from the wicketkeeper. Throws the ball back into the stumps, and it's another one of those stumped. We've seen 3 of them so far today. And Siya Khatebe is the latest victim of just a slight breakage of concentration. 14 for 2. It's unbelievable. It's unlucky. It's not unlucky. Have to make your ground. You have to play your stroke and complete your stroke. But just getting back home. Just get back home. Make your life easy. And it wasn't the case that time. Siya Khatebe was gone. And it brings in batter number 4 now for Deal Done. We're staring down at the bird's eye view. We're looking at the people who have made their way into the Wanderers Stadium. Our little castle corner into the embankments where people are sitting under the tents and gazebos, having a little bit of their drinks, getting ready for the festival, which will be happening later on at night. It's going to be fun times. The stage has been set. The instruments are set up so that we can have live band music that's going to be happening. What's in the entertainment? That's where you need to be here. The iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium, Ilovo, Call It Drive, so that you can experience the body scent, Joburg Sixes, and its entire festival. You get good bowling like that from Pete Smith, the ball bursting through the wicketkeeper's gloves. Juicy track here at the Wanderers Stadium. Good work from the groundsman, Brandon Frost, and the rest of his team. The cricket season is simply not over. It's never over, really. The Joburg Cup is going to start just around the corner for the ladies and gentlemen here in the Wanderers Stadium. It's a good delivery from Pete Smith. We're talking about that pace on the surface. But Joburg Cup, one of the biggest growing club competitions around, seeing the very best of club competition here in Johannesburg, from under 11 right up to veterans. 9 to 10 leagues of T20 cricket playing around 8 weeks. So much cricket. And all the finals culminating here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium on what might be 3 or 4 days of festivities and cricket finals and the very best of Joburg's club competition. On Sunday, more cricket here at the Wanderers Stadium. But right now, we are seeing the Joburg Sixes bringing in a new style of cricket, an exciting new format of cricket, new form of entertainment. I love the accelerator zones. They just add such a different dynamic in the game. One stroke giving you 10 runs, 6 of them, but they can only be defended by 4 players, and so it's a strategy game on where you place them. Do you forgo a boundary so that you can defend the accelerator zone? Do you bait a team into hitting into the accelerator zone so that you can get their wickets? Or do you just play a different game and completely ignore the accelerator zones? Because we've seen that work. But at the end of the day, you still need good bowling. A couple of wides from Pete Smith. But apart from that, all of his legal deliveries have been scoreless. A dot ball, a wicket, a dot ball, a dot ball. And now we've just seen one more dot ball, which ends over. Number 2, 18 on the board. They need 73 runs to win from 3 more overs. And it's still very much a possibility. With 2 runs per extra, that is a no ball and a wide, you still get your accelerator zones where if you hit the ball through that, it's 10 runs. So if you hit it 7 times with the remaining 18 balls, you throw yourself right back into the game. So, deal done. With their leading run scorer, Keegan Jordan, now on strike. What can he do? He is batting out there with Thabiso Mokoena. Deal done needs 73 from 18 balls. Shahid Ismail has the ball. He'll be bowling, coming from the call-it drive end. The square leg fielder directly staring into the sun, setting at the west. Standing on the east stands. Ball is darted down into the pads. Will be drifting down the leg side. A slight appeal from Ismail. The umpire's uninterested. Keegan Jordan, though, is interested in the area at fine leg because there's a vacant accelerator zone. He hits it straight back. You can't stop that. Did you hear the sound from the bat? It runs straight past the bowler and goes for 4. Excellent batting here from Keegan Jordan. He's carrying on from where he left off. He scored 29 from 18 deliveries in Deal Dunn's defeat versus the Santon Swingers. Now he is swinging for the heavens and gets 4 runs in his 4th ball. Ismail fails to pitch the ball. They're going to come back for run number 2, or not. That's how Keegan Jordan lost his wickets in the first match. He ran and ran and ran. Tamikhatebe did not bother with him running. And he lost his wicket because both batters were found in one end, with the other batter not leaving his ground. So Keegan Jordan was ran out in a rather unfortunate way. Thabiso Mokoena climbs into that. Superb shot. Shahid Ismail holds his head because it's been hit right over the top. What an excellent shot from Thabiso. That gets him off the mark in style. They need 62 now. The balls are running away. Oh my goodness, it goes by so quickly, the Sixers game, with only 5 overs per innings. 62 to win. And it goes again. This time, the connection is almost the same. The distance is the same. And so is the result because the placement was the same. 6 runs for Thabiso Mokoena. They move to 35. Oh, how the tables turn ever so quickly here. The over is already gone for 17. Reaching for a ball that was way further than him, mistimes it, but Both Jordan and Mokoena are very quick between the wickets and they make it back for 2 runs. Damaging over for Shahid Eshmal. Goes for 19 runs, a couple of sixes, and good running between the wickets sees them needing 54 runs from the last 2 overs. It's very possible, those 54 runs. Especially now that they have set themselves up. Jordan has faced 5, Mokoena has faced 6. Their partnership worth 23 runs, currently on 37 for the loss of 2. So the question is, how are they going to approach this? Because you don't want to go at it way too hard and lose your head and bat recklessly and then lose your wickets and expose the rest of your batting order. But also at the same time, you don't want to take it too lackadaisically and then lose your tempo and rhythm. So it's a balancing act in these last 2 overs. They have 5 more wickets in hand, and how are they going to use them? Here comes the new bowler with 2 wickets to go. Has to set up his field, must make sure that everything is in line. Right, we get ready. 54 runs to win with 2 overs to go here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. The ball is scooted out wide. It's delicate. That's a very good stroke. And it's through the action zone as well from Keegan Jordan. He's the danger man. It goes for 4 runs. But it hits the action zone as well. So the accelerator zone boosts that to 10. So Keegan Jordan gets 10 runs for himself and his team. Very valuable runs. Swings and it gets the edge. He's gone. Anything to boost the scores. But he swings wildly. And he's gone. Good stuff from the Global Jets. This was the time. This was the time for Deal Done to start going. And the thing is, they lose their most problematic batter to Deal Done. Is it the deal for them now? Surely no team wants to end their day having lost both of their games. Deal Done lost to a very strong Santon Swingers side, must say, because Santon Swingers have chased their targets down without losing a single wicket in both their games. So Deal Done want to come back here. They still have 4 wickets in hand. Just lost one right now. Here comes in the new batter at number 5 for Deal Done. 44 runs to win. As we've seen with the way that this tournament has been going, it's not really a lot of runs, but depending on how you play the game, it can become a lot of runs. So, how are they going to play this around? 10 runs in the first ball, played into the third man accelerator zone. They need a couple more of those accelerated runs that give them 10 per stroke. Ouch. Valuable hitting. But we're just trying to find out what the cause of the delay is. Well, it seems like we hadn't located the ball. The ball was playing hide and seek inside the umpire's pockets, and out it comes. We continue with the game. Straight into the stumps by the bowler. It's very well done. They squeeze it into the open leg side for 2 runs. The new batter coming in. Tami. But that is Tami Rapalejo who's actually batting out there. Tamekhatebe lost his wicket earlier on. They're on 49 for 3 though. Good swing from Rapelejo. But it's swung to the man standing in the deep at long on. They're going to come back for run number 2. Steady running and steady work here for Deal Done. They get to 50. 51 for the loss of 3. But they need 40. They need 40 to win. They need a boundary with this last ball just to ease that pressure. So much better if it's an accelerated boundary. It's not going to be either. It's just going to be a single. They come back for run number 2. It's going to be risky. They're going to not make it home. Well, they're throwing it all into the kitchen sink. But they're throwing it all in there with the stopper wide open. And it's just draining wickets now for Deal Done. They lose number 4. They thought they could make it back for run number 2. It was not there to be taken. It really was not there to be taken. But that's that pressure with the scoreboard that's just growing on you. It's just so much to take on. And so they lose wicket number 4 on 52. They need 39 going into the final over. It's been a wonderful day of cricket here at the Joburg Sixes Festival. And when this cricket comes to a close, we are starting with the festival. We are starting with the good times. We are starting with the great vibes. We are starting with all things nice that you're going to have to do it twice, which is why we're going to be doing it again tomorrow. So make sure that you make yourself available for the Wanderers Stadium. Come and enjoy some cricket. Come and enjoy some music. Come and enjoy some food, some drinks, some good company, some good vibes, some great sports. It's even better still if you come and you participate with your team and your work corporate team. Come do some team building. Come and have some fun with them, because this is what it is all about. Having a good time in the premier stadium in the country. Ayandazama has made himself into the field. Tamirapelejo with his partner. Mzama, he opens it down and they get an easy single. It's the final over. And with it being the final over, they still need 38 runs. These accelerator zones need to be on the money. It's a good hit, but it's not good enough. Straight to the man who's guarding the long off accelerator zone. It's just going to be 1 instead of 10. Oh, goodness. Those 10 will come in oh so handy. But they are just so far in between. They are basically non-existent. And sometimes that's the difference maker between the two teams. It's those 10s. See, there's no accelerator zone out there. Not enough power as well from Ayanda Zama to get it over to the boundary. It's just going to be 2 for Zama. He did try. And so there are only 3 deliveries remaining. Very anticlimactic end to this game. 3 legal deliveries from the bowler will see him win the game for his team. Even if they get 10 runs per ball, it's not enough. A dot is certainly not going to help their cause, because now there's just 2 more balls remaining with 35 runs on the board, and it's deal done for the Global Jets. It will take something out of not even the greatest director and scriptwriter's mind to change it here. Definitely not going to change anything. And with 1 more ball to go, Global Jets win this game. He can even try target the stumps. He can try whatever he wants with this final ball, so long as it is a legal ball from Luke Kanta. End of the game. It's good bowling from the Global Jets. They win their first game chasing, and they win their second game defending. And that is the Body Scent Joburg Sixes, day one, coming to a close here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. 6 games of cricket. We are certainly doing the Sixers thing and going with it further. First game between Body Scent versus Global Jets, coming down to the second to last delivery. Global Jets winning that particular game by 3 wickets. We saw our next game being Deal Done versus the Santon Swingers. Deal Done losing that time versus Santon Swingers, who were on absolute fire. The third game saw the Outlaws score the biggest sum of runs versus Body Scent, scoring 108 of them, thanks to Mponzala being the first player to retire, scoring that 40. And then the fourth game, so Electric Avenue playing once again against Santon Swingers, and Swingers, they just have this thing of just winning games. Then the Outlaws played again versus Electric Avenue, and this is the final game that we've just seen with Global Jets winning. So as it stands, Santon Swingers, Global Jets, the only 2 undefeated teams here in the tournament so far. Body Scent and Deal Done, the 2 teams still looking for a victory. And Electric Avenue also falling twice. So, what is going to happen tomorrow? We start early. We start real early tomorrow. 9 o'clock, we bowl the first ball, and we're going to be going right up until 10 o'clock. Oh, it's going to be so much cricket. Join us on Pitch Vision Sports on our YouTube channel. I've been your commentator for the day, Pendulo Makubane. We'll be again here tomorrow for the whole day. Let's have it fun. Let's have it good. Let's have it sweet. Let's meet again tomorrow for the Body Scent Joburg Sixes.